Good morning, everybody. Thanks for bearing with us. Welcome back to the people that were here yesterday, and welcome to the people that have just joined us for today. We're just going to start now. I'm going to ask the panel members to introduce themselves, and then the other people who are involved in this tribunal. So we could start with Joy.
Joy James from New York, prof at Williams College and organizer with Black Power Media.
Good morning, Esther Mamadou. I am a lawyer in migration and refugee law and international human rights based in Spain. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Mireille Fanon, Mendès-France. I am a legal consultant.
Good morning, y'all. I'm Emerson Caetano from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. It's a pleasure to be here once again. Thank you.
Mouayed, good morning, everybody. My name is Tony Doherty. I am chairperson of the Bloody Sunday Trust in Derry, which has campaigned with the Bloody Sunday families and our families for many years for justice. So I'm very, very happy to be here.
Hello, good morning. My name is Mona El-Farra, and I am Palestinian who was living in Gaza, and now I left because of the genocide, and I work in Gaza all my life as a human rights and women and children's rights activist. I am very honored to be amongst you today. Thank you.
Thank you to the panel. So the structure of today is the families are coming up in sessions. The first session will begin in a few moments. As part of that, the panel will be asking questions and making comments. And also we have a use of force expert who will make comments on the cases and expert witnesses as well. So I'll just pass the mic to all of them to just briefly introduce themselves, please.
Hello, my name is Gus John. I am an activist since 1965, a professor of education, and an equity and human rights advocate.
Thank you. Morning, everyone. My name is Luke Daniels. I'm a social and political activist and counselor. Thank you.
Thank you, Luke.
Morning, I'm Paul Connor, Director of the Pat Finucane Centre in Derry in Ireland. We provide advocacy support to several hundred families who've been bereaved during the political conflict. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rod Charles. I come to the People's Tribunal as a relative. Rashan Charles was my grandnephew. What happened to him prompted me to conduct an investigation to his case. I found things that concerned me a lot. Over the last 3 to 4 years, nearly 5 years now, I've been investigating a number of other cases, and the concerns worsen. So what I do work for the tribunal to give them my steer on alternative tactics that could have prevented deaths.
To a few family members who've been instrumental in organizing it.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you again for coming to the People's Tribunal. I think yesterday was a powerful day, and I'm really grateful for the panel and their comments. Hearing the families speak yesterday was emotional, but it needed to be heard. And again, for today, this is our platform. This is our opportunity to say things that we've been told not to say before. And our expert witnesses, we've had some excellent comments and wonderful discussions, and so much has been so insightful. So thank you all very much.
Yeah, I'm Janet Alder. I'm here sitting with the families. You might hear me ask 1 or 2 questions that the state has not kind of divulged. And I'd just like to say thank you to the panel for being here and absorbing all this emotional and intense stuff, and to the people, you know what I mean, because you really give a lot to these families by listening to their stories and taking a little bit of weight off them. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. So that's the introductions. Just a quick recap about where we got to this position and why we're here. All of you know many of these names and many of these stories, you know the facts. But what we're dealing with here today and over the next 2 days and as we move forward is how to take that as a strong political force that comes through the families and through the community. And we'll be taking actions at domestic and international level over the next 10, 15, 20 years, however long it takes. So I think now we can just begin, and I'm going to ask the first family to come forward. Claudia Hicks, the sister of Henry Hicks. Thank you.
Hello. Right, first of all, I just want to start by saying that I'm just so sorry to every single person that is here that has been affected by what we've been affected by. It's just not fair and we shouldn't be here. And second of all, my brother was killed 10 years ago, and after the inquest and the court cases and everything else, I had to sort of switch off from it, and I've done everything I can to block this out. I had to put it to the back of my mind because I physically couldn't get through every single day because it consumes me. It would physically stop me from breathing, so I might not be able to get my point across as well as I would have been able to do it all those years ago, just because how traumatic it was for me. I've just had to block it out. But first of all, my brother Henry, he was a child. He was just turned 18. He was a baby. He was so loved, not just by us, but by so many people. He was kind, he was caring, he was handsome. I mean, I thought, is there a picture of him? Just so you can see him. And like I said, he was a child when he was killed. Here he is. So yeah, he was so, so loved. He was so special. He was the kind of person that anyone would go to when they have a problem. In our community, he was really well respected. When my brother died, we had so many people coming forward to tell us what he had done for them. And we had elderly women coming forward to say he used to carry their shopping for him. We had a little boy in his class come forward to say that the little boy was being bullied because he had holes in his trainers. And Henry used his Christmas money to buy this little boy trainers, and he didn't tell anyone. And that's just the kind of person that he was. He was kind, he was caring, he was so loved, and he was so special. Now, before I start talking about the night Henry was killed, I need to sort of go back 2 years prior. When Henry was about 16, he started to be harassed by the police in Islington. And we don't actually know why or what the problem was that they had with my brother, but they began to stop and search him. It started off daily, and then it was 2, 3, 4 times a day. Now, in this country, when you're stopped and searched, the police need to give you a slip. So within the first year, we managed to collect 156 stop and search slips. And that was only the stop and search slips that they gave to him. A lot of times they refused to give him stop and search slips. And out of all of those stop and searches, my brother never had anything on him. He was never doing anything wrong. There was never any crimes committed. There was never any convictions. But over and over again, they kept stopping him. They kept searching him. They kept harassing him. They kept bullying him. They kept terrorizing him. It got to a stage where they wasn't getting anything out, stopping and searching him. And that's when they started to try and wind him up. So they would do things like going to the football pitch where he'd be, and they'd pick his jumper up and they'd put his jumper in the bin. Or they'd make sexual remarks about me or my mum to him, just to try and get some kind of reaction from him. And nothing worked. But they kept on and on and on. And like I said, he had no charges, no convictions, no arrests, nothing. But they had this obsession with him, driving him mad constantly. Now, on the 19th of December, my brother had been to work. He had just started an apprenticeship as a carpenter. And as you can imagine, it was dark after work, it was cold, and he was driving home on his moped. Now, 2 weeks before he was killed, his moped actually got stolen, and a few days later we had a phone call to say that the police had found his moped, and him and my dad could come and collect it. So they went and collected his bike, and he got it back, and he was using it as normal. The night he was killed, he was on that bike, the bike that the police had given him 2 weeks before. He was driving home, and 4 police officers in 2 unmarked cars, in plain clothes, no sirens, left Toe Puddle Police Station in Islington, and they were on their way to a burglary. There was a burglary currently happening at that time. Somebody was in somebody's house, and they were supposed to be going to this burglary. And on their way there, they saw my brother driving home from work to come home. And apparently they looked at the back of his bike and they saw something suspicious. They thought that his bike was what they called a ringer. So they thought that the engine on the bike looked different to how it should look. He wasn't doing anything suspicious, he wasn't driving fast, he hadn't gone for any red light. They simply just noticed something on the back of the bike, apparently. The same bike that they had given to him 2 weeks prior. He's driving home, and as we can see in the CCTV, these 2 police cars start to chase my brother. Without sirens, dark cars, dark windows, with 2 people in each car. They start to chase him, and you can see my brother starts to get a bit scared, a bit agitated, and he actually drives down no entrance to see if they would follow. And they did. These 2 cars started to follow Henry at high speeds, and they got faster and faster and faster. And it wasn't until about 30 seconds before this chase ended that they decided to put their sirens on. So the whole chase, which was maybe 5 minutes long, he wouldn't have been aware that they was police. He would have been scared. He would have thought, are they trying to rob him? Are they trying to hurt him? Like, how was he to know who these adults were in this car chasing him? Now, my brother drove up a road called Wheelwright Street, and on Wheelwright Street is Pentonville Prison, and I know you're not from here, so Pentonville Prison is one of the biggest prisons in London, and you would imagine there's a lot of CCTV, a lot of security around this prison. So you've got the prison wall, and then you've got the road. So Henry was feet away from the prison wall, and the other side of the prison wall would be the yard. So Henry's driving up the road, the police car is behind him, and the other one has now gone in front of him to cut him off. Henry then ends up dead. No, we don't know how Henry died, because they never told us. You would think, as there was 5 cameras on the prison wall, there would be CCTV that we could watch to show what happened to my brother. But every single camera, well, first of all, they didn't work, then they went missing, somebody picked them up, they was faulty. So we're supposed to believe that a high security prison has no CCTV. So yeah, we don't actually know what happened to my brother. Did they knock him off the bike? Did they like block him in and give him no other option but to crash? We don't know what happened, and we never will know, and that is so traumatic in itself, just not knowing what his last moments were. I got a phone call that night to say that Henry had been involved in a crash and I needed to come there. I actually wasn't well. I was in my pajamas. I had no shoes on, no socks, and I ran out of my house straight to where my brother was. When I got there, it was taped off. My brother was on the floor, and there was maybe 30, 40 police officers there. Someone asked for my mobile number. They asked my name. They wouldn't let me go near my brother. I could see him on the floor in the middle of the street. They'd cut his clothes off. Obviously, it's freezing cold. And my mum and dad turned up in my car. When they put my brother in an ambulance, I asked to go with them. I asked to go with my brother, and they wouldn't let me. They said none of you are going with him. So his last moments, he was by himself. I asked, are they going to take us to the hospital? How can we get to the hospital? Take us to where he is. And a policewoman looked at me with a smile on her face, and she said, I'm not taking you anywhere. And she left us there. I jumped in my car, and I had no shoes on, and I drove like 100 miles an hour to a hospital that was 30 minutes away. And we were told there and then that my brother had died. I had to lay in a room with my dead brother for 3 hours. And like I said, I've spent so many years blocking this out purely because I am so traumatized by what I saw. The state of my brother, how my brother looked, I literally just couldn't wish it on my worst nightmare. We left that hospital, and when I got home, I got a phone call from a police officer, and she said to me, is this Henry's sister? And I said, yes, Henry's sister. And she said, we've just been to review the CCTV, and we can see what happened. And I replied, did they kill my brother? And she said to me, look, yes, but before things get out of hand, can we come and see you? And I screamed, and someone took the phone off of me and said, this is not the conversation to be had now. The next day, we had the IPCC come round, and to be honest, as much as they say they're independent, I didn't think there was any kind of help at the time. And that's when we sort of started meeting with solicitors and doing everything that needed to be done. Now, with a police chase, the police are told they can't chase unless there's been a serious incident. And when I say serious, I mean someone on the bike had to have just killed somebody or have been a terrorist. They're legally not allowed to chase for something as silly as the engine looks dodgy. They're not allowed to chase. The police officers in the car didn't call in and ask for permission to chase my brother. They just took it upon themselves to chase him. They turned their body cameras off. They turned the recording equipment off in the car. And their radios, they turned to a private setting so they could only hear each other. Okay. They did everything they could to cover up what happened that night. We had an inquest, and at the inquest, the 4 police officers said they wanted to be kept anonymous, and they were granted anonymity. So we don't know who they are. We know 2 of them are off sick, and they get paid to be off sick because apparently they're so traumatized by what happened. And the other 2 still work to this day. At the inquest, the cause of death was by police pursuit, but it actually meant nothing happened to them. We ended up getting an apology letter from the Met, and we got compensation. We never wanted compensation, we never asked for compensation, but we were told that's the best that we're going to get, and it's the only way we can harm them. Like, taking some money is going to affect them. No amount of money could ever bring my brother back. We didn't want the money, but like we were told, it was the best that we was going to get. And after that, absolutely nothing. They continue to work, and my family is completely shattered. We've gone from having everything, a lovely house, a lovely family, to nothing. When you lose a child, you stop working. My parents stopped working. We lost our house. My mum and dad split up. Our families fell apart. And someone said something to me the last time I was at one of these like tribunal meetings. It's not post-traumatic stress that we go through, it's continuous traumatic stress. And this is something that never ends. There's not an ending. We continue to live through the trauma every single day. And unless something happens, it's always going to be like this. And I think that's it. I hope I've not missed anything. Thank you.
I ask the panel if they have any questions for Claudia or comments. Paul, Tony.
The moped that Henry was driving, was that forensically examined as part of the inquest process?
Yeah, it was, and it come back that it had some kind of different, like, basically when it was stolen, the people that had stolen it had either put his number plate on a different bike, or they had changed the engine of the bike, but that's the bike that they gave to Henry. So when his bike was stolen, they actually did no investigation into the bike. They didn't check if it was the right bike. They just found a bike with his number plate on it and gave it back to him.
Thank you. I have just one question. I have read in the report before 3 years his death, Henry was stopped and searched systematically during 3 years. And did your parents ask the reason or try to get the report? And what was on the report?
So when they continued to stop and search Henry, my dad would go to the police station once a week with all of the slips and say, what is going on? Why are you harassing my son? You keep stopping searching him. He's got nothing on him. He's not doing anything wrong. My dad would speak with the superintendent. My dad was so well known in that police station because he was there so often asking, why are you harassing my son? It got to a stage where they then just told the officers, when you stop and search him, don't give him a slip because his dad's just going to come and drive us mad. We did have a solicitor at the time who tried to get to the bottom of it and get it stopped, but they do what they want, and they do what they want because they can do what they want. They can literally kill people and get away with it, and there's nothing anyone can say or do to stop them. So us going to the police station complaining about them, it didn't make a difference.
So, following, did your parents complain?
Yeah, we had lots.
What was the result?
We had lots of complaint letters that we'd given in, and we
because
also
he was
got
minor at the moment. He was a juvenile at the moment.
Sorry.
Minor.
He was a kid. Yeah, he was a child, and they was harassing a child for no reason. But as many times as we wrote complaint letters, we would always get letters back saying, the stop and searches are needed. There's crimes going on. We're not going to stop just because you say so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for sharing. And it's very painful. You told about how much your family had worked to protect your brother. You also talked about how much the community admired him because he helped others. Was there any way or possibly going forward that the schools or churches or the community itself would contribute to a kind of protective barrier?
Like people in general now, the children now.
Yeah, because I know he's already deceased, but I'm thinking from the perspective of organizing, that, the family does as much as it can, but is there any possibility that the community has other, contributions to be made in terms of protecting people who are harassed by the police or targeted by the police?
Yeah, to be honest, there isn't really anything. We actually started a foundation in Henry's name, but it's to help parents who lose children. So it's not actually to prevent anything. And what I've found is there isn't actually any way to prevent it, whether you have whoever it is that fights and tries to stop these kind of things happening, you don't actually have any power. So it doesn't matter what the schools do, what the community centres do, what the kids do, what the parents do, the police are still just going to do whatever they want.
Okay, Janet?
I'm going to ask you about the CCTV footage, because I know a lot of these cases, there is CCTV footage, but the families are being limited, selected pieces of evidence. Did you actually get to see the CCTV footage outside of the prison whatsoever?
So we saw CCTV of the start of the chase, but we never ever have seen any CCTV on that road. The first night I was told, we have just looked at the CCTV, we can see what happened. The next day I got told someone's been to pick this CCTV up and it will be reviewed. Then we was told the CCTV's gone missing. And then we were told there was never any CCTV. The cameras were broke. And when you think of a high security prison, if I was to throw a knife or drugs or a gun over that wall, are you telling me now that there's no cameras to see that? Of course there's cameras there. That should be the safest place in the world. It's outside a prison where there's apparently terrorists and murderers. But apparently on the night that my brother was killed, they all disappeared.
Okay, thank you very much, Claudia, for speaking about Henry.
Good morning, everyone. This is my first time doing this, so I've got big shoes to fill. I've got my nan's shoes to fill. So I'll start off by saying thank you to Ken and all the organisers for today. This is about my Auntie Joy. My Auntie Joy was a beautiful, loving, hardworking person. She came over to England and she put everything through immigration the right way. And then my auntie's solicitors received information that her plea was rejected 3 hours before her arrest. At the same time, her solicitor received letters dated the 26th and the 27th of July that arrangements of my auntie's deportation will be made shortly, and the second letter stating immediate preparations of her deportation on the 28th of July. The Immigration Minister Charles Wardle admitted that these letters were intentionally delivered late. On the 28th of July, 1993, 5 police officers and 1 immigration officer entered my auntie's house by force. My cousin Graham, which is her son, was 5 years old and witnessed the brutal murder of my aunt. The police put 13 feet of tape around my auntie's mouth and nose. They put a body belt around my auntie's waist that had handcuffs attached to her body belt. They then put iron leg ties around my auntie's legs and held her down. She died in her house, not at the hospital, at her house on the 28th of July, 1993. They then took my auntie to the hospital. They didn't call my grandmother to let my grandmother know what had happened to her own child. They called a member of my family. When we got to the hospital, they had already attached my auntie up to the life support machine. Once they had attached her to the life support machine, police officers came to the hospital to let my grandmother know that she then has the right to remain, to live in this country. My auntie was inside of the hospital. Then a doctor spoke to my grandmother and told my grandmother that my auntie would never be the same, and interpreted that she would be a cabbage if she was ever to live. That doctor, we've never seen him again. We don't know him, where he's gone or anything. He's gone missing, so we can't get in contact with that doctor. So we was at the hospital on the 5th of August. The doctors came to my nan and said to my nan that they might be turning off the machines. My grandmother made it very clear that that is something that she does not want to happen. We've all left the room to go downstairs to go and get something to eat. And then a nurse came downstairs and told us that they have switched off the machines. Whilst my auntie was in the hospital, they ice packed my auntie. She had fans on her as well because her body was decomposing in the hospital. We had CCTV footage of this, or camera footage of this, and I'll let Ken talk about that part of the missing tapes.
Yes, so the first thing I'd like to say is obviously Mern has been on this battle for more than 30 years, and Rochelle has come forward recently to say, I want to continue the fight, so I think it's really important we recognize that and encourage her. So basically, most of you know that I'm also a filmmaker, and we made a film called Justice for Joy around the struggle for the family of resistance. And when we were making that film, I was approached by somebody that worked for the council in Haringey, who said that they actually have footage of Joy in the hospital on the life support machine, and could we use it? And obviously we were thinking about how that could be very powerful, important to release that for the public to show that Joy was actually killed in the house and not in the hospital. We were promised that tape. We were told it was in a safe. A week later, we went to collect the tape, and it disappeared. And so this kind of complicity that exists is not just the state, it's not just the police and the authorities, it permeates everywhere. Everywhere where people have organizations and structures have a need to collude in the terror that's going on. So that's just a very small part of the story.
Thank you. So they switched off the machine. So there was like, yeah, so she was ice packed, had fans on her as well, because her body was decomposing and she started to smell as well. So they switched off the machines without my grandmother's consent. We all went back upstairs and we seen that the machines had been switched off. They took my auntie's body, they took my auntie's brain out and sent it to Scotland without our family's consent to be tested. My auntie was buried without her brain. We've never had an inquest. And then December the 17th of 1993, my auntie was buried. Police were also at our funeral as well, so their presence was there. The PCA report was not published to the public or to my family under the public interest immunity. No discipline procedures were taken against any of the officers. This has had a massive impact on my family. My cousin Graham, which is my Auntie Joy's son, he has ongoing chronic depression. He is not able to get out of bed most of the days. This is 32 years later. He's not able to get out of bed most of the days. He can't hold down a job. He still lives with my grandmother. My grandmother is his carer when he should be caring for my grandmother. I take it in turns with my grandmother to make sure that we keep a close eye on my cousin. As you can see, my grandmother breaks down every single time we talk about my auntie. My auntie was not there to see me have my 2 children. She wasn't there to see me get married. She wasn't there to see me pass my driving test. She wasn't there to see me buy my own home. They have ripped and torn apart my family. When my nan lost her daughter on that day, she lost a piece of herself, and my grandmother's never been the same. It breaks me and it hurts me to see the way how my grandmother is. It breaks me and it hurts me to see how my cousin is, to see that he lives with that trauma, that terror that has affected him in the massive way. And I don't ever think that he will ever get over that, or he will ever be able to come to terms with what he witnessed on the 28th of July, 1993. He's never been able to talk about it. He's never opened up about it. And we don't know what happened. There's always three stories. There's my aunt's story, the police story, and the truth. And we're never going to get the truth because of the police. They lie all the time. So I'm here to say I'm never going to stop fighting for my auntie. I will take my last breath trying to get justice for Joy Gardner.
So I want to open it up to the panel. Just to give you some further information, there was a trial for manslaughter of 3 police officers for the killing of Joy Gardner. They were found not guilty a year after the killing. It was a huge trial and had a lot of attention, but it was a trial that was completely corrupt and controlled and politically interfered with. The other thing to say, and to connect with something that was said yesterday, was that many of these officers are actually promoted after they commit these crimes. So in the case of Joy Gardner, the person who administered the body belt, the restraint, which was based on the same kind of body belts you see in images from slavery, exactly the same, no different, they were promoted to be head of training in Scotland in the police force. So that's the reward the police get for committing these crimes. So can I open it out to the panel for questions, please?
I'm so sorry for your case. I think the whole civil society here should be demanding for reparation on your case, you know. I think that it is about multiple ways of abusive use of force, multiple irresponsibility of the state. And I will wish you justice. I will wish for Joy, a name in the street, a name in the square, a form of reparation, of something to remember of his body, of her body, you know. And that's my only comment.
Thank you.
Reparations for Joy.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question that is for you, but also affects other families. My question is, how is the manipulation of bodies by the police justified? Is there an autopsy that is an autopsy report or any report given to the families when you realize that the body has been manipulated? What is the justification of this manipulation, and if there is any report back? I don't understand this at a legal level. Why is it done, and what happens after this?
I think with my auntie's body, there was an autopsy, but they can put whatever they want in it because her brain wasn't, was it reported in it that her brain was taken out? It was reported in there that her brain was taken out. So they took my auntie's body and they do whatever they want to do with it. They don't handle the bodies with care. So her body, when it was given back to the hands of the family, her body was not the way in how she should have been. There's no care when they take care. There's no care of the bodies. And in the reports, they say what they've taken, but how do we know what's true? Because we can't go and open up her body to see if all of her body parts are there or if they've been taken. They just put what they want and we have to just take it for gospel. And that's how we've been treated. And I think that's for most families, that we don't know what they've taken out, what they've put in or anything. We don't know.
Just very quickly, I have I would like to understand your relative, Jobe, was waiting for his regularization.
Immigration status.
Immigration, okay. And I lost it. Yes, what it was not possible for her, and why is oh my God, what I'm tired. Why is oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. I lost my English. So
Is it about the sequence of events for the immigration?
No, it's about the familial gathering. How they did not apply the right for a family to be reunited.
Yes. So
because his mother was there since years, legally, and she arrived later, but she was still a child. And why at this moment, the administration, the immigration administration did not accept to give her a familial reunification.
So basically, Joy.
And the immigration, Minister Charles Wardle, admitted that my auntie's letters were intentionally delivered late. So they knew what they were doing. So my auntie didn't stand a chance. They knew they were going in there to murder my auntie Joy.
Thank you for sharing, and condolences to intergenerational terror against your family. I was curious if the police have these different functions, like in the US, we have ICE, Immigration, Custom and Enforcement, and so they're kidnapping people off the streets and there's very little control you can have over them. Sometimes you think you have more control over local police. Were these a special branch of police who assaulted and killed your aunt?
No, they were just normal Metropolitan Police.
Okay, so this wasn't specialized by immigration, it was just the local police who invaded your home?
It was SO13 squad. It's called a deportation squad. So it's specifically aimed to enforce deportation police officers, but they were also assisted by 2 local police officers from the local station.
So they combined.
And the immigration officer. So you have 3 parts of the state working together. So the local officers would know the area, and yeah, that was happening.
And even though there are 3 segments, they all colluded in terms of the terror. Okay. The second question I have would be about the hospital and any of its obligations to families that are victimized. So it's some of the Black mothers that we worked to in the US included the mother, Sandra Bland, who it was said that she hung herself in the cell. When they did the autopsy, they kept the larynx and they would not allow the mother to bury the whole body. Are there any, is there any form of advocacy or protection for families so that they have the dignity of the restoration of the body after an autopsy? There's no law, there's no need to give the brain back.
Not that I'm aware of at this moment in time. I think the answer is no.
So no way to sue the hospital or petition or anything like that? there's no avenue for the families to...
No.
No, I think Janet might have something to say about that, but before, well, go ahead.
Yeah, what I was going to say is, I was going to ask you, do you think this is like a tactical move that they tend to tell you after you've buried your loved one? Because quite a few families have had similar experiences. You know, to add more terror to your grief?
I believe that they do that because they want you to feel the deepest impact that they can enforce on the families is what they do. So by going in the way how they have been, this is how they present, if that makes sense.
I'm sitting here with Myrna. We've known each other a long time. She's a powerful woman, a powerful fighter, and a powerful speaker. She's at the stage now, though, where I think this will be the last public meeting that she will be addressing, because she is being helped by Rochelle. And so I think this is a historic moment when we hear Myrna Simpson speak to you guys here and to people that are with us online across the world. So, Myrna Simpson.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here to listen to what the police has done to most of the people. The police are evil people. They have tactics. They are very prejudiced. And they are liars. They do not speak the truth. And they make things more than it is. You cannot trust them. Because instead of they taking the blame, they put the blame on the family. They investigate the family when they are to investigate themselves. Yes. Because they are the murderers. Yes. They are crooks. They are not fair-minded, and they don't care who you are. And whatever happened to Joy, it could have happened to anyone, especially your children. Because I have lost Joy. Joy was only 40 years old. She had just had her birthday in May, and she was taken away from us in July. And they told so much lies. They put her in foil. They wrap her up in foil. They killed her in her flat in Hornsey. They broke down the door and went in on her in bed with her young child asleep, and they decked her behind the table, the dining table, and Graham saw everything that happened. And it affected Graham. They said that Graham wasn't in the room. They had taken Graham out, but Graham could demonstrate everything. He couldn't talk because he was so depressed. He couldn't speak, but he could act it out. He had to get counseling until he was 18 years old, but he didn't even have the counseling, all of it. I had to go up and down to get him counseling. But when he was about 10 years old, I saw that he wasn't acting very right, and I took him to St. Anne's Hospital to a doctor. I was recommended to St. Anne's Hospital to a doctor, and Graham said that he didn't need any counseling. And they just left it at that, because you cannot force someone to have counseling. They have got to make the mind up, even if they are young and they don't understand that they need counseling. And they just left it at that. So it's affected Graham so much that he's, even up until now, he's depressed. He doesn't speak about it. I've never spoken to him about it because I can't go there. I've blocked it most of the time. I can't go there. It's too much for me to even to tell him or to ask him what happened. But he's acted it out when he was younger. So I thank you all for coming. God bless you all.
Thanks. I think Rochelle wants to make one last comment.
Whilst that happened to my auntie, the police also were following my family. They followed my grandmother to Jamaica. They wrote horrible things about my aunt and about my nan and about our family's homes. They were following my mum, my other family members. They were coming to meetings that we were holding. They were trying to say that my grandmother and the campaigners were trying to incite a riot. They also sent the fire brigade to my grandmother's house saying that there's a fire, and there wasn't a fire. They also sent people to vandalize my auntie's gravestone. So there's quite a lot of things that have happened all the way through. The trauma doesn't go away, and the trauma is there because they're the ones that make the trauma by doing whatever they want to do.
Thanks, Rochelle. Thanks. I'm now going to ask the family of Paul Coker to come forward, please, to speak about Paul.
You are killing me. You are killing me, Paul screamed. And they did, in fact, twice. First of all, they killed his physical body, and then the usual narrative of blaming the victim killed him again. I think on the very day the containment, the collusion started at that very point and carried on throughout the years to the time of inquest and beyond. And that was the day I decided the right thing to do was to stand for justice for my son. And at that point, our family became involved with other families, and we became a family and still are today. We share in their pain. We share in the horror of everything that everyone has gone through because we know what it's like. Paul was at his girlfriend's house in Waverley Crescent in Plumstead when the police were called by a neighbour for a breach of the peace. 16 police officers were involved that day. When they arrived, they found Paul quiet, sitting on a bed, and his girlfriend telling them, everything's fine, please go away, there's no problem. But they stormed the room, and that was the point where he was screaming for his life. Didn't know what happened in the room. We only had verbal confirmation from the police and what our solicitors could find out at the time. But he was carried out, I think it was about 45 minutes later?
Yeah.
About 45 minutes later, limp, in hogtied, and was put in a police van instead of being taken straight to hospital because he was a medical emergency at that time, and taken to Plumstead Police Station, which was about 5 minutes down the road, but it took them again another 40 minutes at least, we were told, to get there. So we had no idea what happened in the van at that point. But when he arrived at Plumstead Police Station, he was dragged and thrown into a cell on a blue mat, I believe, and left there to die. He was prevented by the police of having any medical attention whatsoever. So every minute that passed, when they were laughing and joking, there's evidence of this on CCTV, and they were laughing and joking and calling my son evil as he lay dying. So every minute that passed, that was another nail in his coffin. But they decided, when the FME was called, to have the police officers looked at first. There was one police officer who had a little cut to his finger, so they thought that was an emergency rather than my son who lay dying. And then he was arrested for breach of the peace. But they were determined to be judge, jury, and executioner for him. They were determined. They wanted to punish him. And they punished him to death, basically. So at one point, a police officer went to the cell and opened up the wicket, I think it's called the wicket, and was actually trying to rearrest him for assault on a police officer. Assault on a police officer. So he was left to die there, left to die, unattended, in a place where he should have been cared for by the state. And the state did not care for him. They killed him. They killed him. The police were the instruments of the state, and the state killed him. And at one point, they went back to the cell and looked through the wicket, and it was at that point, I think, that he was dead. But rigor mortis had already set in. So the ambulance service were called. They tried to resuscitate him, obviously to no avail. He had only, I think, a sock on in his boxer shorts when he was... Boxer shorts and one sock, my daughter's reminding me, when he was taken into the cell. So he was left to die there, and they joked and laughed and denied my son medical assistance during that time of his last breaths in this world. I had, right from the very beginning, it started that day, I had a deep sense of betrayal, a deep sense of betrayal that has never, ever gone away. It stays with me still and will forever stay with me. But that is why we continue to fight. That is why we rise every day to do that exactly. We rise to fight because it is the way forward, the only way forward. From that point, the whole journey from the police station, Plumstead police station, being quite notorious at that time. I even remember, though Stephen Lawrence, you know, obviously I don't need to go elaborate into that case, but it's all within that area of southeast London. But from that point, after Paul's death, we were on a journey trying to obtain justice. And it was horrendous. You had obstacles put in your way every way you turned. And you had to challenge. We challenged, as all other families have done, I'm sure. We've challenged those obstacles. We fought every inch of the way. We've done our very best. And you always hope that your case is going to make a difference. But within the current structure of the system, you can get so far. And then even cases, other cases I know, have had manslaughter or, you know, verdicts given, and it's still overturned. It's a horrendous, horrendous journey for any family to take, and it impacts upon every family. You've heard just recently how it impacted on Joy's family. But it's impacted on ours as well. It impacts on every family. And it's been 20 years now since Paul died, and we're still fighting for justice, and we still will continue to fight for justice. But going through that journey up to the inquest system, you go through everything: misconduct hearings, judicial reviews, meetings upon meetings, going to see the pathologist. I remember meeting a pathologist on Paul's second post-mortem, which the first one was inconclusive, and the second one went to, we requested that as a family. I wasn't in attendance at the first post-mortem or the second, but our solicitor, I remember his name, Darren, was there on our behalf. So coming up to the final road, as it were, of all of this, the inquest which I think the current inquest system, they only give you a narrative verdict, and it's all about, as I say, blaming the victim, but there was an actual piece of evidence from the post-mortem, second post-mortem examination that the coroner did not allow in the courtroom that day, in the inquest room. So it's a journey. I'm trying to be as concise as possible for you, to cover such a wide area of injustice and pain that families go through. But we came out of it still fighting, and that's why we are here today, because we believe wholeheartedly that we have to continue to fight, because the power is with the people, and continue to fight. One of Paul's favorite poems was from Ralph Emerson, about leaving this world a better place for having lived. And he believed those words. He deeply believed them. And I want you all to take home with you from today that we want justice for our loved ones, but we want justice for the world. We want real justice that will be, you know, a just justice. So we will continue fighting.
Do we have any questions from the panel? Just two, I think.
Hello, it is actually a comment that personally through the last 2 days, I have learned a lot and I was inspired a lot by your determination to achieve, all of you to achieve justice for the victims. And I agree with you that justice cannot be divided. Justice either small or big, injustice, I mean, either small or big, it is injustice. And I'm inspired by your resisting to accept injustice and to continue seeking for justice for your beloved ones. And while I am mentioning that, I would like to touch the ongoing trauma or the continuous trauma that accompanied your siblings all those years. And many things have been mentioned tonight. I can relate it strongly to what's happening to the Palestinian people, especially recently in Gaza, where I come from. And those victims, who are hundreds of thousands, innocent victims of killing, together, all of us, in one way, we will be together to fight for their justice as well, because we are not numbers. The people who were killed during the genocide, like your beloved ones, they are stories, they are young children, they are older mothers, and they deserve justice as every human being. So together we can make it, and I thank People Tribunal for arranging this. That me on personal level, I feel humbled and inspired, and gave me more strength to continue. Thank you.
Can I commend each of you for the way you have presented your family case today? I've been in your position on many occasions since the 1980s onwards. It's a very, very difficult thing to do, to recount and present your family's history, particularly the trauma of it, and to maintain a clear focus on the factual evidence as well. So very well done, all of you today, and of course those who spoke yesterday. I've a wee question around the evidence that was presented at the inquest and the journey, particularly that normally takes 5 minutes, but in your case it took 40 minutes. Was there an explanation sought or given for why there was such a delay?
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't quite catch the end bit of the question. You were talking about the evidence at the inquest?
And the journey from his arrest to he reached the police station? You were saying it normally takes 5 minutes?
Oh, sorry, you mean to the police station from the...
Sorry, yeah. And just, I'm asking how, was that...
Yeah, so...
Was an explanation asked for and was it sought at the inquest?
So where he was arrested, Waverley Road, the police station is not even a quarter of a mile. So it takes in a car less than 5 minutes, but it took them over 40 minutes to get there, yeah.
And my question was that raised at the inquest?
Was he? Yes, it was, yeah. Yes, it was said at the inquest, wasn't it? Yeah, the jury knew that. Yeah.
In fact, I think one of the narrative outcomes from the inquest was that cameras have to be put into vans.
Yes.
Was that correct?
The police vans, from when Paul died, the recommendations from the inquest was for the vans to have CCTV footage on the outside and on the inside. So from Paul's inquest, that's when they started to do the CCTV footage on the back of the vans. That was one recommendation, yes.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Okay, if there's nothing else, or you have a question? Okay.
Yes. Sorry.
Sorry.
Do you want to go first, Muriel?
Thank you. I would like to thank you as a family members, because you are incredibly courageous and determined to get justice. And I think it's one thing for everybody is very important, it's to get justice. Because without justice, no peace, no social, no political peace. And I would like just underline, there is something similar for me in different cases we have heard since yesterday, except your case, Mrs. Hicks. It's the importance of the racist bias. And I think we have, as a judge, we have we have to take in charge this issue particularly. Because if we don't speak about racism, we miss one point. The system is based, this system in European countries, and so even if they are out of Europe now, but the system, the actual system, the capitalist system in our country is based on hierarchization of race, of humanity. And as soon as the police or the system, the representative of the system is faced blackmail, in particular male, they are faced of blackmail, there is something inconscious in their mind, there is something. This person is the enemy. Because during enslavement, what it was lost for humanity is a sense of alterity, the intersubjectivity. It means if we are thinking about alterity, you love the other, you won't touch the other. And in our capitalist and racist system, the other is the enemy. Therefore, if you think this person is a non-being, you can kill him. You are authorized to kill him. And the law protects you. And it is what we are saying. That is why we need really to think about the importance of racial analysis in order to not miss the point, this point. It is exactly, you mentioned a lot of times, you make similarity in Palestine, but it is exactly the same thing in Palestine. The Palestinian people does not matter. Black people does not matter. Young people does not matter. And that's why I ask you why he was so harassed before his death. Because also some young people be considered as a kind of enemy. Because also these people are afraid about young people. And they create a wrong narrative on young people. They belong to gang, they are drug dealers, and we can see in all our suburbs. Around Paris, there is a lot of young people, very, very well-educated people,
But even with their education, their background, as they are coming of suburb, they are, of course, an enemy. And they are troublemaker, and they are not. It's not the truth. That's why, really, I think, and for us as a judge, we have to write something very strong on this issue of racism. How the denying of justice, how the killing of your beloved ones, how the mental illness is treated, how the young people are treated, is based on this racialization, hierarchization of humanity. And we have to denounce that. And I am aware, I am a little bit wondering why, in the case, all of you did not mention this part, or this question, this issue, because it's really based on that. Thank you. That's all. Because I'm looking for you. And even what is worst, I could say in our system, if there is black police, they act badly, even badly than the white people, because they have to prove, they have to prove they are. Have to prove they are good civil servants, and lot of time they are worse than their colleague.
Thank you. Thank you again for your testimony and condolences for the loss of your son and your brother. I want to echo what's been said, but also you talked about collective justice. I'm very interested in how you might want to describe this, particularly the realization that, at least in New York City and other cities, that domestic policing, they're trained to work with the IDF. So people see it as a war zone when they come back home. So if you're thinking, at least this is our experience in the US, that local police are trained to be militarized, and they also go into spaces that are occupying other people. When they come back to Georgia or they come back to New York, they bring that same mentality, that the enemy is the civilian population, and they're what keeps order, but they treat it as if it's a war zone. So what is collective justice under those conditions? It's a hard question, but it's a one I'm trying to learn.
Very good question. But, you know, the police are a military organization, definitely. I'll use this one. The police are a military organization, and you know, the power comes from the top, everything comes from the top down, but it's all to do with a combination of things, but primarily, as you said before, about colonial power, colonial justice. It's still, you know, endemic within our structure, societal structure. But collective justice, could you give me an example of what you think might be collective justice, like in America, that will lead me on to giving you my perspective, perhaps?
Yeah. From my organizing and learning from other people over the years, we believe in abolition. It's necessary to abolish the police as a structure.
Right. Yes,
and also, I grew up as a military brat on military bases.
Yeah.
So seeing the structured violence, knowing that people deploy to occupy other zones, it's something I walked away from. But a lot of us do see this as a war. There are other people who would
Yes.
argue that it's not.
Yeah.
But I would believe the abolition, but in the last thing I would add, from working with political prisoners, and I know that the families have been targeted as political targets, right, for speaking out. That working with political prisoners, and some of them who would, you know, are veterans from the Black Panther Party, they understood that there had to be a local protective perimeter as an alternative to the police. So even if we say you don't call the police, you have to be able to call somebody else.
Yes.
And it's, that organizing, of course, has broken down over the decades, but in the US, given the conditions of the US, increasingly we're talking about how do we protect our own communities without any reliance upon police.
Yes, I would be in favor of that. I mean, I've been in attendance with Ken and other people, as many other families have before, talking to audiences, and this, in fact, has arisen. So I remember quite well discussing it with some people in the audience. And in principle, yes, of course, this is, I think, is a brilliant idea, because we need an alternative. We need an alternative. But things in this country move so slowly. They move so terribly slowly, and it's only when the people start to take some of that power back that things can change. So, yes, I believe in principle with collective justice, but whether it will come, it won't happen quickly here, but I think people should work towards it, definitely. I don't know if that helps or answers your question.
Thank you to the families and to the panel. I'm going to ask Rod to come up in terms of use of force analysis from our perspective to deal with the things which were excluded in the court and in the cases.
I am going to be brief, Ken, on just a few bullet points for the Henry Hicks's family. I have the IOPC report, but as I said yesterday, I don't consider the IOPC to be independent, and I don't think that they are open and transparent. If I were to get access to, or when I get access to some of the original documentation of the case, I can comment further. But you're absolutely correct in terms of protocols for police pursuits. Vehicle pursuits are conducted by specially trained police officers, as opposed to any police officer driving a car. Liveried or marked police vehicles, bespoke for the purpose, are required, and there are clear protocols to assess the risk, and therefore, in some circumstances, depending on what the objective is, then a decision can be made to terminate and abandon the pursuit to save lives. But I'll comment further at another time if I have when I have opportunity to read in greater detail. Yesterday, when we looked at Mouayed, Bashir, and then we talk about Paul Coker's killing, I say the same thing again and save a little bit of time. There needs to be different levels of force required when dealing with people who are not involved in violent crime. Yesterday, I talked about breach of the peace. I heard myself back and I used the term legislation. It's not legislation. Breach of the peace is a common law power from medieval days. It allows police to arrest a person and remove them from a scene to prevent things getting out of hand. The fact that we have such high levels of force used against an individual who is not suspected nor arrested for a substantive criminal offence is a major problem. The problems continues because, and I think it's important that I just repeat it. I know I've been warned to save repetition, but it's problematic in these circumstances that all the police officers, and there were many of them, receive medical treatment and assessment at the police station, and the doctor is at the police station, and the doctor doesn't see Paul Coker, who's now been put into a cell. And even going back a step, having read the statements in this case, and I've combed through them over the several months, the levels of force were so grossly high that the only place he should have been taken to when he left the house was to a hospital. In the case of Joy Gardner, I've been familiar with this case for many years. I'll mention Thomas Orchard briefly, because it's not a case that the families will be speaking about him from Devon and Cornwall in 2012, but he was quite similar in terms of being dealt with by the police, and they used an emergency response belt, a bit of kit that's used to restrain limbs was wrapped around his head, and the outcome, the fatal outcome, the killing, was obvious. I asked a question to myself and to anybody who cares to listen. We know the number of resources, police resources, that was at Joy Gardner's house, and I just want to, I'm still trying to resolve what the objective was in taping Joy's mouth. My assessment is that the aim was to keep her quiet, to silence her, because there's no disputing that she was not cooperating, she was not being silent, but there's no law against what she was doing. There is no tactic that's trained to silence people, simply because there is no law that allows police to silence people and stop them shouting or stop them screaming, if that's the case. I said a few bullet points. I spoke to a couple of panel members yesterday, and all I'll clarify is, when I give my assessments on these cases, it's not a matter of simply looking at what went wrong and what shouldn't have been done. There's more detailed work behind, which can't be presented here because of reasons I've explained for time purposes, and also future litigation. But I also tease out and draw out alternative tactics that were credible for the circumstances that the officers could have availed themselves of. And I feel quite confident in almost all of the cases we wouldn't be talking of the killings that we are at present moment.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you, everyone. Thanks to the international panel. Thanks to the families who've presented here. My role here today is to, as an expert witness on trauma. I wondered if my position is tenable, because I'm thinking, I would like to ask the audience really, you've listened to the panels yesterday, today. Do you think there's trauma these families are suffering?
Thank
I
you.
think I hear a yes coming from people. But yesterday we listened to women who have been through quite a lot. As a counselor, I listened to a lot of sad stories. The stories I listened to yesterday equals anything I have had to listen to in the 40 years of working with violent men. And that includes these families who spoke today. Talking about the hurts experience is an important part of the healing processes. From my perspective, those affected also need to rage. They also need to scream. They also need to, I should say, bawl. I was going to say cry. They also need to bawl. I'm sure these families and friends have done a lot of that over the years. Yesterday's performance, I think, was from the seasoned campaigners. They have had to rehearse and tell their stories countless times. They know it is important that we hear those stories of police brutality that took their loved ones away. However, we should not be fooled by their performances. which at times deserved an Oscar. They came here to do a job, to tell us, to tell the judges a story, and they were not going to let anything get in the way of them doing that in a professional manner. We who listened, we also played a part. We did not allow ourselves to fall apart and rage or cry. We knew that would not be helpful for those telling their stories. We could not help but be affected. I wanted to reach out and hug every one of them and reassure them that they were not alone, that we will not let the racist police get away with murder. My role today is to determine whether those who have lost a loved one to police brutality have suffered trauma, or indeed if we are all suffering collective trauma as a result of these police killings. What effect does it have on us, on the community? Most of you would have heard of the police shooting and killing of a man at Milton Keynes train station about a week ago. The information that started to come out, the first thing I heard was a man was shot and killed who was holding a gun. Next day or two after, the narrative had changed. It wasn't a gun, it was a knife. You start to think, the first thing you, of course, when you hear a man is being shot and killed, you think, oh my God, is it a black man again? And we start to wonder and speculate. So I'm looking out. I'm waiting to see what the name, if the name might tell me something. And I'm sure many people here who knew about the case would have been doing the same thing. We did get a name some days after, and the name really didn't say very much in terms of ethnicity. So we start to speculate. We see a pattern developing again, because most times a black man is killed, information is withheld, we kept in wait. We suspect if they announce that it's a black man, something might kick off, people might get angry, people might get annoyed. So we see that pattern start to play out from the police and from the reporting. I still don't know whether it was a black, some people here might know, I still don't know whether it was a black man who was killed. And I want to know. It traumatizes me. I'm sure it traumatizes many people every time we hear that yet another black man has been killed or woman by the police. By trauma here, I mean anything that prevents us from functioning in a physical or mental way with anything but delight in being alive. Basically, anything distressing the body and or mind can cause trauma. We are different as humans, and some will have more or less tolerance than others. But what we are talking about here is more aptly described as continuous traumatic stress disorder. We are living with it on a daily basis. We heard about Graham in the state he's in still. The families and friends we listened to yesterday are the experts on PTSD. They described it for us. I heard expressed by them yesterday the effect that the police killing of their loved ones had on them, their family and friends, their communities. In truth, we are all affected at some level by CTSD. Despite the brave performances yesterday, we still heard from the panel, this will be with me all my life. Or the system is rotten. This is systemic. I don't think I will ever recover from this. Mental health did not kill him. It was the police. We heard the gaslighting of the survivors time and again by the police. Their loved ones brought their killing on themselves. It was because of their actions that the police had to use so much force that they died. They were made to feel powerless. The police deliberately withholding information, distorting information, and making the survivors feel that they were not cooperating and or obstructing police work. They were followed and made to feel spied on. This in itself a traumatic experience that could trigger paranoia, as it did in at least one family member. They were often made to feel responsible for the killing. Imagine what it does to someone calling for help if a loved one is going through a crisis and the police come and kills them. Too often we heard the verdict, death by positional asphyxiation. We heard of families taunted by the police, often open display of lack of care for the victims, dehumanized and disrespected bodies. We hear the racism of the police in the racist tropes. He was one big, strong black man, superhuman even. We hear of the overwhelming force used, 6 officers called, as much as 10 officers, 20 officers, to subdue one man or woman, and still they kill them. Not believing them, you are killing me, telling people they are faking it, lying, can't be trusted. All of the racism. We hear about the collusion of the state actors in the killing and the cover-ups. Lost files, lies, conspiring, inaction, delays, refusal to aid the injured, the criminal justice system stacked against black and working class white. We hear of the mental health system failings and also of the health system failings, national health system. We hear of the hopelessness in fighting the state. We hear that things will never change. We hear that it is time for change. We hear repeatedly that the problem is racism. The panel of judges asks at times, whose responsibility? In some ways, we have the state on trial here for the systemic racism we face on a daily basis. We have to face it, that we live in a society saturated in racism. Since the McPherson report dubbed the police institutionally racist, almost every major institution has been dubbed institutionally racist. We cannot end the racism in the police without ending racism in society, and especially the state racism as we experienced it with the Windrush scandal, which treated black people with lack of humanity, with their so-called hostile environment. The truth is, from the time the government designed the immigration policy, it was meant to keep black and brown bodies out. Successive Labour and Conservative government continues to make us feel unwelcome, especially at election time. It's all about numbers. They vie almost in competition as to which one of them can treat us worse. We need to ask, how many of you deported today, Starmer? I said in my introduction that I'm a social and political activist fighting for reparations. We, the organization, or the CLS that is, support the CARICOM government's 10-point plan generally, and especially their call for an apology and reparations. An apology because we believe that is important in because we believe it is important in fighting racism, which is basically a pack of lies told about Africans for hundreds of years in order to justify their capture, trafficking, and enslavement in the Americas for profit. Many Europeans objected at the time, so the enslavers developed the ideology of racism. Basically, as I said before, a pack of lies about Africans and told over centuries. They lied that we were not fully formed humans. We lived in trees, we had tails, we ate each other, we had smaller brains, we were not intelligent, we were pagan, we were not deserving of human rights. These lies told over centuries have inflicted the whole world. Whenever black people go, we are subjected to racism as a result of these lies told about our ancestors. White people need to hear from the government that these were a pack of lies. They need to acknowledge that they were wrong in paying the enslavers and not paying the enslaved. For people getting involved in the fight for reparations, for Black people getting involved in the fight for reparations is about exercising agency, an act that would help us to recover from the ill effects of the legacy of enslavement. There's a lot of repair work to be done with the descendants of the enslaved. We begin that work by holding the police and the state accountable for racism. I say Black and white united fight. I leave it there. No justice, no peace.
To start this session on state cover-up with 4 families using the same approach we did before. So I'd like to call up Marcy Rigg, sister of Sean Rigg.
So my brother was Sean Rigg, my beautiful brother Sean, who suffered with mental health and was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia 20 years before he died. On the day that he died, he was in a mental health crisis. Due to having been in a mental health institution where he was what I call medically restrained as well by injections and what he called bad medicine, but also when somebody suffers with mental health, one of the things that they do is that they do not take their medication because they think that they are well. And that's why Sean sometimes would relapse in what's called a revolving door system where Black men are overpopulated. I call it a plantation, modern day slavery, and mental health and prisons are like plantations. And Sean was also medically restrained by the medication that they use on Black men, and he advocated for Black men from within the system. But he lived a relatively normal life. He was charming, he was educated, he was well-traveled. He didn't allow the system to dumb him down. And sometimes he would abscond and just get on a plane. And we would have to try to find him in another country. But he was murdered in his own jurisdiction, where he was known to the police, he was known in the mental health system. But I was glad that he was able to travel the world as well, rather than to be held in the system. But on the 21st of August in 2008, he was actively psychotic due to not taking his medication for 2 months. But he was living in he was at a place of safety because he was living in a hostel where members of the staff could see that he was unwell and call the police to take him to a place of safety, which is a hospital. But the police refused to come, saying that he hadn't done anything criminal. And Sean was eventually left the hostel after about 3 hours, where there was numerous 999 calls made to the police. And his name was given, Sean Rigg, and his mental health state. So he was a vulnerable young Black man. So they knew that from the very beginning, from the first 999 call. Sean went onto the streets, bare-chested, just wearing his trousers and his shoes, and members of the public could see that he was extremely unwell. He was in and out of traffic, and he was a danger to himself and danger to the public because he was hallucinating. He wasn't a criminal.
at all. And so members of the public also called the police. The police arrived, and 4 police officers restrained my brother face down, prone position, with his face in grass. A jury found that he was in that position for 8 minutes, where 4 police officers handcuffed him to the rear and used excessive force on the top of his torso and at his neck. One of the officers went to go and get the vehicle, the police vehicle, and a member of the public was looking through their window and actually took a photograph of that restraint, where one of the officers is clearly at the top of his neck, one has pinned him down at his feet, and he has been searched because his trousers pockets are out, and so he was carrying only his cancelled passport, and his shoes were also removed. The officer that removed his shoes, he said that he removed it because he saw a weapon, something like a razor, in his shoe. And they said that they didn't think that the passport, the photo in the passport, looked like Sean when it actually was him. And the officers then picked Sean up, and he was put in the back of a police vehicle, where they said that when entering the van, he'd hit his head going into the van, and he was sitting up and he slid into the footwell. The footwell is where the 2 seats are. It's actually a cage. It's a cage inside a police vehicle. Very small area where there's 2 seats, and the footwell is where you put your feet. No bigger than this size of this desk. The officers claimed that Sean was still handcuffed to the rear, on his back, with his feet up in the air, spinning 360 degrees, walking his feet around the walls of the cage. This is somebody that's been restrained for an excessive amount of time, where a lack of oxygen would have been able to get to his brain. He wasn't able to breathe because he was face down the whole time. And he was driven at speed to Brixton Police Station, which was just down the road. He was not taken to a hospital. The officers claimed that they did not recognize he had mental health and said that he was being violent. He was brought to Brixton Police Station, where he was kept in the yard, at the back of the yard, in the van for up to 10 to 11 minutes, where usually, once you've been arrested, you would be brought straight into the station. And there was a holding cell that was kept there. By the way, he was arrested later for theft of his own passport, for assaulting a police officer, and a public order offense. He was kept in the back of that vehicle, where Sergeant Paul White, claimed that he conducted a risk assessment at the back of the van, but we proved 4 years later at the inquest that he did no such thing. He said that he looked at Sean directly into his eyes, and Sean was sitting up and there was nothing wrong with him. But that was a complete fantasy. What he remembered was a complete fantasy that didn't actually happen, which was a lie. And eventually, he was removed in a very collapsed state into the, to bring him into the station, but he never entered the custody suite at any point, because once he was kept at the back of the entrance to the custody suite in a cage, he was collapsed, and because he couldn't stand by his own volition. And the officer said that he just wanted to sleep. And he's captured on CCTV footage. There was cameras outside in the yard, 2 cameras that would have seen where the van was parked, where the van had been parked with Sean in it, and in the caged area there would have been a bird's eye view. We were told that those cameras first did not exist, but we knew that they did, and later we were told that they had not been working for 3 months by the IPCC. And there was the family's request, there was a report, because we said we need to know all of the cameras in the station, and we asked for a map. Eventually, we'd asked for when was the last time the cameras were maintained, and we found out by a report that those cameras were maintained 9 days before Sean died, and that report found that all of the cameras would have actually been working. And the IPCC came back and said to us that that report must be wrong. The person that came to maintain those cameras must have been wrong, because they hadn't been working for 3 months, which was extraordinary, because Brixton Police Station is one of the most notorious stations in the United Kingdom, in London. And to have cameras not working for 3 months, security cameras, is completely extraordinary. But I believe that the reason why that they were apparently not working on that day is it would have captured exactly what happened to Sean on that day. And sorry, I've just lost my train of thought. It took 4 years to have an inquest with a jury who found that the actions or inactions of the officers more than minimally contributed to his death. We were not allowed to have an unlawful killing verdict or neglect, and the coroner directed the jury to give a narrative verdict. I'd just like to say as well that while Sean was actually in the cage, Sean is collapsed, they actually stand a dying man or a dead man up. And they said that Sean just suddenly stood up by himself and just suddenly collapsed and died. But on CCTV, it's captured where the officers picked Sean up and stood him up and were holding him up. He could not stand up by himself, and eventually they let go of him and he fell to his knees. They didn't bring a doctor to see Sean at the station. There was an FME in the custody suite, and it wasn't until after being at the police station for about 20, 25 minutes that a doctor came to see Sean, and he died half naked, with just wearing Speedos and a sock, because his trousers had been removed and cut off by the police, and he died on camera, where they said that an emergency ambulance was called way too late. The officers had actually commenced to see CPR at the station, and then when the paramedics arrived, Sean was already acetone, and he was taken to King's College Hospital, which is just down the road in Brixton, where he was pronounced dead at 9:24 p.m. But the jury at the inquest found that Sean was dead at 8:24 p.m., at least an hour before, and that is shown on the CCTV. Lots of other things happened, but I don't really have much time to explain everything all. But we had the first perjury trial in the United Kingdom, where the sergeant has said that he had claimed that he went to the van, because the family were given spliced footage by 29 seconds by the IPCC, who had sent the CCTV to an ex-police officer as the expert. When it was returned, there was 29 seconds missing, which was the evidence that proved that Sergeant White never went to the van at any point. We did have a perjury trial where he then said that he suffered with memory loss, and he was acquitted at that trial. We then later had a gross misconduct hearing, which all the officers literally walked away unpunished, and generally the chair found that 7 minutes restraint is not in itself excessive. And my brother was killed, and the officers walked away with a license to kill.
Thanks, Marcy. Can I open it out to the panel first?
I'm so sorry for your loss, and I've been seeing that many cases presented here has this mental illness component in the cases. And I would like to ask you if in the place that your brother was living, there was no social services, no professional of social service, and kind of it.
Right, it wasn't a hospital, but it was a hostel where people that supported people with mental health. And so he was in a safe place, but it wasn't actually a hospital. So when they were staff were making the 999 calls, they were calling also it was a South London and Maudsley in Brixton, but there were no beds available, and so that's why they had to call the police. Often the police are called to mental health crises, particularly when they're in the streets and they're sectioned under what's called Section 136. And then someone is taken to a police station and then taken to a hospital. But actually at the inquest, one of the recommendations by the coroner was that there was no joint-up working relations with the mental health team and the police, and that there should be, more of a protocol, joint working relationship, which has never properly been implemented anyway.
Thank you. I just ask it to understand because in Brazil, we have this mediation between social service and a person with mental illness going to a hospital or going to a special house. That's why I ask it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marcia. I have a question. So for what I understood, the staff made some calls and the police refused to attend because they concluded that it was a mental health issue, right? But then when he goes out of the street, then someone else calls the police and then the police attend. And so it's more a comment. So I see here like there is an intent of the healthcare system to respond properly, not calling the police because it's a mental health issue. And on the other side, I see that when Sean left the premises, he's in any way caught by the system. So there is no escape, basically, even though when there is an intent to have a proper intervention, not by the police. So it's like there is no safe place, whether you are in a hospital, whether you are in another facility and the police is not going to come because you have a mental health issue, or whether you go to the street, there is no escape. At the end, the result is you're always caught by the system and you're killed by the system.
Yes, because they treat particularly young black men, but it's not just black men, it's the people, that they're suddenly violent and that they're dangerous to the public on the street. But my brother received a death sentence by the police. They showed no care. They lied in the court. One of them became a priest in the Church of England. He lied on oath. They gave us a decomposed body as well, where the evidence to show the restraint, the excessive restraint on Sean's body, they gave us a decomposed body for burial, which was unrecognizable. We did manage to have an autopsy, an independent autopsy as well, 5 weeks later, because Sean's body was kept back for 6-7 weeks. But when our pathologists went to do that, Sean's heart had been removed as well. And we didn't know about that until our autopsy had been conducted. We didn't know that. So, we did ask for his heart to be put back, but hopefully it was Sean's heart. But we never saw Sean's body because they told us that when somebody dies that's been killed in custody, the body belongs to the state, and so we were not able to identify him. They wanted us to identify him from the passport that they said he stole. And so we never actually saw his body, but the autopsy photos just show injuries to his body. You know, yet the police officer who said that he received, you know, Sean punched him twice, there was no injuries, and he didn't, on the night, he didn't need any medical assistance.
Thank you. I have no more questions. For me, it's quite clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our condolences to your family, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I was struck by what you said about the police license to kill, and it made me sort of question, it's the first time, so I'm grateful for learning so much, that the mental health disorders may be embedded in the police themselves, given the brutality that you've described. And I'm wondering what kind of examinations, or maybe this is too technical, but how is the mental health status of police ever discussed or brought to the forefront by families who've had loved ones murdered by the state?
Well, an inquest will find that they need more training, which is how much training do police officers require to know if they use excessive amount of time, use of force, that somebody will not be able to breathe. A child knows that. If somebody says, I can't breathe, I mean, I don't know if my brother was able to say that because he was face down in grass. But everybody knows if you're face down or if somebody puts a pillow over your head and suffocates you, you're going to prison for murder because you know that that person can't breathe. So no amount of training can change that, but that's what they also always say. What they are actually trained to de-escalate a situation when they attend to attend to somebody with mental health. Because unfortunately, a lot of their work is attending somewhere with mental health. 1 in 4 people suffer with mental health in this country. There was a report that was following Sean's inquest that was commissioned by the Metropolitan Police themselves, and that report found that 1 in 4 people suffer with mental health, and it's probably higher than that. So it's everyday business. So they are trained to de-escalate a situation so that that person is kept safe, but they go in all guns blazing and kill them. They don't need training for that.
Thanks, Marcy. I think you've got...
Did I just say one more very, very quickly? All the officers received compensation in secret, sanctioned by the Home Office, for the trauma that those police officers claimed that they had and affected their private life and the length of the case, which was 11 years. But they are the ones that delayed the case, and the families are continuously traumatized. But the United Kingdom paid police officers £65,000 between the 3 of them for their trauma. That's not right.
I'm sorry. Sorry. So they monetized your family member's death?
Yes. Thank you.
Marcia. Just a quick one, and this is going on to the CCTV evidence. I do recall you telling me something that had never been exposed by the IPCC when your brother was in the cage. Could you explain what that was? What was said?
They said that he was upside down, spinning on his back.
And he couldn't get a dead man.
When Sean was stood up by the police officers, once he was removed from the van, he was brought to the entrance of the station, which was also a cage. When they stood Sean up, there was a plainclothes police officer inside the station that was telling the officers, you can't get a dead man standing. And that's why I believe that they actually stood up a dead man. And he did die. He was dead. He died shortly after. And you can hear that on the CCTV. In fact, the IPCC did not take any statements from the other officers, plainclothes officers that was in the station on that night. But the CCTV footage does not lie, and it tells the absolute truth. So all these 17 years later, they can lie as much as they want, but on the night, the CCTV and the audio will never change. It will always stay the same. And Sean dies on camera.
Thank you, Marcy.
Hi, I'm Jackie Jobe, Kebba's wife. 2004, Kebba was murdered by the police on Camden Lock. But first of all, I'd like to tell you a bit of background. When me and Kebba got together and got married and had our daughter, Kebba's cousin was murdered at Ibrahima Say. Not Ibrahima, is it? It's Ibrahima Say. His cousin, which is also a cousin of my husband's, spoke about him yesterday. Jobe led the protest at Ibrahima's when he died. And so that is one thing that goes with our thing. It all leads into one thing. Also, they kept trying to chuck him out of the country because he was from Gambia. And but we'd married, we had a child, and they kept trying to send him out. But we stopped it 7 times. Unfortunately, on the 8th time, they managed to get him out. So for 2 years, we were fighting in the courts. Fortunately, at the High Court, they said no, he had the right to be here. He has a wife and child. So he was given permission to come back. But after, I think it was about a year, they killed him, basically. And on the lock, there's 2 plainclothes officers. My husband had gone up to meet one of his friends, and his friend ran, but my husband stood there. He had no reason to run. And the police officer that arrested him got his hands behind his back, pushed him to the floor and sat on him. His knees right in the top chest, the arms were up like that, right up the back. There was lots of people there, all sitting on the lock, just having a cup of tea and chilling. It was a nice sunny day. And like Jobe started to fit because he couldn't breathe. His eyes rolled back to his head. People were saying, stop it, you're killing him, he's dying. But he continued to sit on him. It was only when his body went limp that he got up and took his pulse. He didn't call an ambulance. He called for a backup, so that took about 5 minutes for the people to get there. So Jobe was on the ground, not moving, probably not alive. The police officers that came up tried to do resuscitation on him. And the police officer that sat on him did nothing to try and save his life, didn't even put him in the recovery position, which they're all taught. Nothing. So, I just lost my train of thought, sorry. Right. So the police officers that came tried to save him. Then they called an ambulance. The ambulance came, and obviously they couldn't save him. It had been far too long for him to die, be dead. And sorry, I'm shaking. He was then taken to the hospital, pronounced dead, and then it wasn't mentioned, this police officer didn't mention that Kebba was supposed to have swallowed a package of marijuana, which was the same size of a man's fist, in a plastic bag, and it's solid. So he didn't mention none of this. I mean, surely you would see that go into somebody's mouth. It's massive. If you could even put it in your mouth and swallow it, it's impossible. Well, anyway, that's what they ran with, that he'd done that. No one else witnessed it. And the CCTV wasn't, on that day, there was a camera pointing towards where he died. The day before it worked. It didn't work on that day, of course, and it worked the day after. Yeah, so Jobe was taken to the mortuary. There was an inquest. Firstly, I didn't know what I was doing. I've never been involved in that kind of thing before. I was upset and confused and grieving. So this lawyer rang me up and said, oh, yeah, I'd really like to represent you. I've represented lots of families and all this, so I went with it. I didn't know what to do. And at the inquest, he didn't ask any of the questions we wanted said, which he was supposed to do. Like, how did he get that package in his mouth? It's too big. None of that. He didn't mention none of it. So there was other things that we knew was wrong at the time. This lady in the health service said that she looked in Jobe's mouth and pulled out a bag full of marijuana. You couldn't. It wasn't there. It was too big. He wouldn't have been able to swallow it. And so she lied. It wasn't there. She lied. Yeah. Then the inquest was horrible. They had horses and men on horse, police officers on horses, all standing around the bits that we were supposed to go to. I think it was intimidation. We had the same thing when we were trying to get him to stay in the country. Yeah, we protested at number 10, we protested at the Home Office, and they did the same things then, like horses and lots of police officers to try and scare us, but we weren't going to be scared. So, yeah, there's just so much, I'm sorry, yeah. And after when we went to see Jobe's body, I took my daughter, because she was 8 at the time, and I thought it would give her a bit of closure, because I knew he wasn't going to be buried in England. He was going back to Gambia, which he requested before. Yeah, I knew that. And so I thought, she might need to see it. And I've seen plenty of dead people. I was a care worker for years and sat there and held people's hands while they passed. And they never looked like what I saw. So I wasn't expecting it. And they said, oh no, he's nice and peaceful. Let her go in with me. And it was shocking. There was never no mention that he'd been hit on the floor on the concrete. He had a big lump coming out of his head. His face wasn't peaceful. It was like, ooh, that was horrible. I literally had a nervous breakdown afterwards, couldn't get out of bed. I did the things that I had to for my daughter, but she suffered a lot. Do you want to say something now?
Sorry, I'm really, really nervous. I just wanted to give a voice to the children and the young people that have to grow up afterwards. I had recurring nightmares. Whenever I think about my dad, I see his face in the morgue. I don't see that face anymore. I developed a personality disorder. I've got really bad anxiety. There was substance abuse, suicide attempts. I didn't think, I made peace that I wouldn't live to 18. And I was just always scared. I'm still scared of the police. And whenever I see them, my body reacts like I'm in danger. It's a really lonely and isolating place to be. No one understands what it's like. There's just so much anger. It's robbed me of the happiness and the memories that I have with my dad. They didn't just murder him, they killed the child that I was. And I became someone who had to fight every day to survive. And fight to get the justice that comes easily to other people that get murdered. Yeah, and that's it.
Thanks, Rohi.
The IPCC came to our house. I think we were their first case. And they all sat round in my front room and they said, we're going to get justice for you. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And I thought, oh, well, that's good. And then I thought, hold on, what job did you do before you started? What job was your job? Police, ex-police officer, ex-police officer, ex-police officer, ex-police officer, lawyer. I knew then we would get no justice. The police lied about, there was a thing on telly about the IPCC. There were several cases, all went on the telly. I was in the front room thinking, oh my God, because I was watching it. And then my husband came up at the end and they said that they couldn't find us, his family. And, but they knew where we lived. They'd sent the IPCC there. They'd come themselves. So, yeah, it's all a big cover-up.
You just leave it. Okay.
Does the panel have any questions? One, okay.
I wonder, does the family suspect that his arrest had anything to do with the fact that he won the right to stay in Britain after such a long campaign?
I think we do, yeah. We think it has something to do with that. I think he was on their radar from that. Yeah.
They didn't want him in the country.
Yeah. Also, just to say, it's not just he had a wife and daughter, he also had siblings here as well. Obviously, we all got split up as a family. Sorry, pushing on. Yeah, not to go into too much detail, we all got split up as a family, as siblings. I remember as a very young child as well that obviously me and my younger sister were brought up in the UK. Kebba was brought up over in Gambia. We used to correspond by letters for years and years. Then he came over to the UK in 1993. So that's when I started to build a relationship because his aim was to find the rest of his family. So he found me and my sister. Unfortunately, he never found his younger sibling because that's when he was taken away from us. I just feel that I've been robbed, and my sister's been robbed of building a further relationship with my brother. You know, he was also an uncle as well as a father and a husband. And I just feel one action has destroyed so many lives. And we constantly hear that lessons are going to be learned, but they're not. And it just makes me, I just feel so emotional, I feel angry that we constantly hear this happening. And it just destroys so many lives. You just don't ever get over it, you know. So.
I have another question just about your dissatisfaction about the whole case, but particularly about the apparently poor representation, the legal representation you had at the inquest.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
You'd mentioned that you were dissatisfied about the legal representation that you had at the inquest.
Your reputation at the inquest. Yeah.
Could you?
I think that they were working for the police, definitely. Because, I mean, as soon as his case finished, they just said, no, there's nothing else you can do. Nothing else. It was only, like, probably about a year later that I realised that he was working for the police in there. He was on his what? His case, say that.
His case and everything, it was all done very, very quickly, within like 3 months, and that was it.
Didn't really have a time to react properly.
So we, yeah.
Joy?
Thank you. And again, you know, the father, the uncle, you know, the husband, a great loss. But I also wanted to add it that as painful as all the sharing is that you're doing, you're really educating us, particularly from the US, about the struggles that you face and about how terrorism just competes, you know, repetition over your lives and over your generations. And that gives us more resolve to work and also to resist. I'm curious about, well, there's a lot here, but in terms of the traumatization, right? And this is a large abstract question, but when you say that you lost your childhood and that was broken for you, but as an adult who's testifying here and your mother and your relatives testifying, can you say more about what your hopes are for the productivity of this kind of an event or this kind of contribution? Does that make sense? Like collective justice, what collective organizing that can support the families and that acknowledges your agency and how important your work is?
Yeah, I really hope that something can come out of this to support, especially the children. I don't know what, but I think that there needs to be something because we are just sort of left to fend for ourselves. We're in a place where we're told to trust the state, but we can't, and it's a really hard thing to grow up with and navigate. Yeah, so I think there really needs to be something. It's just ruining lives.
Burrell?
No, I have more conclusions than questions, so I will wait for later.
Thank you.
Just a quick point, Ken.
Sorry.
Yeah, over the years, a lot of the families have fought to change the PCA to the IPCC to the IOPC because they were concerned about this organisation being full of police officers, ex-police officers, and you was quick to learn, am I right, that they're still full of ex-police officers, is that right?
Thanks. So I'm going to call Khadijah Burrell, sister of Kingsley.
Morning, good afternoon, depending where you are. Thank you, the panel. Thank you to Ken. Thank you for family, United Family and Friends. If it wasn't for UFFC, I wouldn't be stood here 14 years down the line. Okay, so to open, Kingsley Burrell was my loving, kind brother. He was a gentle giant. He was a man of the community. He was a son. He was a father. He was also a loving, dear, loyal friend. On Sunday, the 27th of March, 2011, all our lives completely shattered. It was a normal sunny day, just like this one, and Kingsley was out going to swimming with his 4-year-old son at the time. He just stopped off at the shop to buy his son some sweets and just to keep him quiet while he delivered a letter to his ex-partner's front door, who was pregnant with his 3rd child. At that point in time, Kingsley didn't even get a chance to even go and knock the door. He was in a gangland area in Birmingham, West Midlands, known as the Johnny area, Johnson's Crew area. However, lo and behold, Kingsley didn't know that he wasn't going to come back home alive. He didn't know what was going to happen, so he called the police for help. Sunday, the 27th of March, 2011, at approximately 1 o'clock. I was waiting for Kingsley to come and pick up my daughter's swimming kit. I was working at Birmingham International Airport at the time, and I was like, this is strange, I can't get through to my brother. This is not like him. How come he hasn't picked up her swimming kit yet to go swimming? Lo and behold, I had a call later to tell me what had happened. While I was at my mum's, travelled all the way back from work, I was like, nah, it's not strange, still can't get through to Kingsley, this ain't right. I seen a car pull up outside my mum's house, and it was his ex-girlfriend. Remember, Kingsley didn't get a chance to even deliver the letter, but she found out what happened, quick and fast. However, when I was learned that Kingsley had been taken to a mental health institute after calling the police for help, no mental health illness whatsoever throughout his 29 years on Earth. That was traumatizing for me as his little sister. Kingsley was born in 1981. 1981, a lot of people know what was happening. Riots, police brutality, my dad's a dread, Rastafarian from Jamaica. However, we were cultured. We knew what was happening on the streets at that time. 1981, when Kingsley was born. 1983, when I was born. He was my big brother. Looked out for me every step of the way. No matter what I was going through, I can call upon my brother, as you know, on that day while I was working. So since then, 14 years ago, to where we are now, 2025. It's been a marathon, it's been a sprint, it's been heartache, it's been the worst 14 years of my whole entire life. I gave birth to my daughter, she's literally 11 years old now, and I named it in remembrance of Kingsley. I said, Kingsley, you're being born in remembrance of my brother, because you are an angel on earth. Kingsley was the dearest person ever. So when the police came at Newport Road in Birmingham at approximately 1 o'clock, they said my brother smells like cannabis. Yes, my brother smoked weed. How much people smoke weed in here? And I don't want to deny who would deny it, some don't deny it. However, yeah, it might smell like weed, but it wasn't mad. He shouldn't have been sectioned under the Mental Health Act. He wasn't delusional. He saw what he saw. I witnessed what I witnessed on that CCTV footage, which has never been put forward to the public domain. At the point when my brother's life support machine was being switched off, 24 hours after he called the police for help, where was I? With my dictaphone and my phone and my recording, acting like a detective, trying to find out what took place with my brother on that day. It took us 4 years to learn what took place at the inquest. My heart was in my mouth. I just thought, thank God 4 years is gone already. I'm going to hear the truth. Lo and behold, it was a complete cover up from beginning to very end. The 6-week trial had me in the mental health unit. I couldn't believe what was taking place. I could not believe how they lie on oath, stand in front of the jury and just spitting lies upon lies upon lies upon lies. I'm like, that's not what happened. I saw what I saw. I witnessed the CCTV footage. When I was going to see the CCTV footage, a person walked into the shop. I was with my partner at the time, Kingsley's father, and I said to myself, why are they coming in? I can see Babylon. I know what they look like. I can literally see them a mile away. So when they walked into the shop, pressed the buzzer, something on his side, the CCTV insolently stated, save to power. I'm like, what are you doing in here? I'm confronting him now. I'm saying, what are you doing in here? I'm buying my mum a Mother's Day card. Can't I buy my mum a Mother's Day card? Here's me, see, this is why I don't want to go. My cousin at the time, Kieran, bless him, he's calling me, saying, Kadisha, you need to get to the hospital now. Your brother's dying. Here's me, that don't make no difference to me now. I need this last piece of evidence. I've captured everything that I need to capture. All I need is the CCTV footage that explains my brother was not mad. He saw what he saw. 2 guys came into the shop while he's with his son. He lifted his son up onto the counter table in full view for everyone to see that he's with his child. They walked into the shop, clocked that it was Kingsley. When they looked and seen it was Kingsley, they ran out the shop. Within seconds, I seen a quad bike zooming down the road. If you blink and look back at the CCTV footage, my mum's my witness, the shopkeeper's my witness, you can see the guy on the quad bike, the 2 guys saying, can't do it, is with his son. All got off. So when the police arrived, Kingsley called the police for help. They're saying they wasn't too sure what he was calling for. So they sent the ambulance, the ambulance and the police and the fire brigade, all units, gun blazing to Icknell Port Road in Birmingham. When they arrived, they seen that Kingsley was more calm, relaxed. The guys have gone off. He'd done a prayer, Muslim prayer, inside the shop, hands to Allah saying, protect me while I'm in here. However, he protected himself while he was in here, inside the shop, but when he came outside the shop, he was in the hands of the devils in disguise. They could not believe. They thought, They didn't do his investigation, said he smelled like cannabis. They said he banged his son's head off the ambulance floor. Shopkeeper's witness confirmed he didn't bang his son's head off the floor. The ambulance was rocking from side to side when they were trying to take his son away from him. My brother said, that's my job, to look after my son. That's my job, my responsibility. They took that away from me. So his son, 4 years old, all he remembers is that naughty black policeman. That naughty black policeman done that to daddy, thumped my brother in his face in the ambulance to get him away from his own child. And that's why he remembers, oh, your dad's going into the ambulance to get a plaster around his finger. So 18 months later, when the state actually released my brother's body to the family, he's saying, I don't believe my daddy's not here. Can you dig him back up so I can see? How do you explain that to a 4-year-old? You can't. Police brutality is raw here on earth. God is not sleeping. As everyone says, it's a sprint, it's not a marathon. Every single family who stood here felt your pain. My stomach turned. It's not easy for the family. Even if it's 14 years down the line, to me, it seems like yesterday. Still remember it like it was yesterday. So 24 hours after they've murdered my brother, a police inquiry arrived. His life support machine was switched off at approximately 17:15 on the 31st of March 2011. Kingsley was dead from the day before, from the 30th. So on his death certificate, it states death on the 31st, which we know he was dead from the 30th. A lot of people say to me, what happened? What happened? It's all out there in the public domain. I was studying business, media and communication studies at the University of Wolverhampton at the time when it happened. I said, they're not killing my brother and getting away with it. The week before my brother's death, I was studying and I happened to come across Ken Farrell's Injustice in DVD about police brutality, about people dying in police cars. I was like, how can these things happen and people don't know? It's like God was saying, this is going to happen to you. Just be prepared. I didn't realize the extent. I go up, I go down, and go in between. It's not easy for any family, but we always hear about lessons being learned. Lessons are never learned. Positional asphyxiation is never learned. Acute mental disorder, that's what they said for Kingsley's death report. Positional asphyxiation, so the police had Kingsley on an ordeal. So Mary Seacole, that's where Kingsley was taken to a place of safety for Mental Health Institute. He should never have been there. He didn't have no mental health illness. He just wanted to be taken away from the scene and presented back with his family, because that's all he would ask for. When I went to see Kingsley on the Sunday, he had a lump on his forehead. It's all out there in the public domain. Just Google, and you'll see what I'm talking about. I said, yo, bro, what did it do to you? He goes, yo, I'm telling them to loosen the handcuffs, and instead of them making it looser, they made it even tighter. And that was Kingsley's actual body response, tighter. Here's me, nah, they can't do this to you and get away with it. What's the policy, what's the procedure? Me asking them at the Mary Seacole Mental Health Institute in Birmingham on the day that I went to see Kingsley, on the Sunday when he called for help. On the Monday, I went to see him again, just to see how he is, to make sure he's got his clothing for the 28 days that he has to be assessed for. And I was like, Wagwan, you all right, bro? He goes, yeah, I'm all right, still I'm better than I was yesterday. However, it's still paining me from my wrist where the handcuffs were tight. Here's me, don't worry, I've got your clothes, I've got your cornmeal porridge, I've got your magazines, you've got everything that you need. Just chill for the 28 days if you need to stay in here. You go, all right then, I see, it's no problem. My sister and my cousin, Kieran, went to go and visit him on a Tuesday. I couldn't go because I had an assessment, I had an essay, an assignment that was due in on that day. And I said to them, let him know that Mum's coming down from Wales. She's at Bangor University studying criminology. Mum's coming down. My dad's just gone to Gambia. Because the last thing my brother said to me, I want Dad's number. Get me Dad's number now. So I had to phone my auntie to see if my dad's in the country. And she goes, he's just gone to Gambia with Grandma. It's me, oh, don't worry, just phone Kingsley to make sure he's all right. This is what's happened, but he's all right. That was the last words my brother said to me. Get me Dad's number, want Dad's number, get me Dad's number now. So on the Tuesday, my cousin and my sister went to go and visit Kingsley. So after the visit Kingsley now, Kingsley was all right, sitting around the table, laughing, joking, told him what was happening. So, yo, can I have some change? Because they're not allowing me to use the payphone. So he asked for some change. My cousin Kieran was counted the coins, gave him the coins to use the payphone. And the following day, my mum, myself, and a mental health solicitor went to see Kingsley to appeal against the section, which took place on the Sunday. The staff said, Kingsley doesn't want to see you. I'm like, how? And he knows we're coming. My mum's coming from Wales. I'm here. We've arranged for the mental health specialist mental health solicitor to appeal against a section. Why does he not want to see us? Let my brother tell me that direct, and then we'll go. Sorry, we can't do that. It's my mum, I've got a funny feeling about this. I don't want to go, because I feel like something's going to happen as soon as we leave. Lo and behold, as soon as I left, my sister Lorraine called the unit to see how the visit went. We're not having anyone in here with threatening behaviour. He's been taken back to Oliester. I knew something was going on then. I knew full well when my sister called me and said, Kingsley's kicked off. They said he had a toothbrush and a pen threatening them. But at the end of the day, Kingsley was there knowing full well that we were meant to attend and we didn't attend. We couldn't attend, literally. However, the police had to explain everything what took place, which the IPC is a shambles. The IOPC is an absolute joke. There's never any justice for any members of the family. Even if it's for myself, it's 14 years down the line. There's people who's been here for 20, 30 years, still fighting for justice. And without justice, there would never be any peace. Thank you.
Khadija. We have a couple of minutes for the panel. Joy?
Thank you. Were there any reasons why the hospital would not discharge your brother directly to family care?
Okay, so they wouldn't direct, basically he was held on a 136. The police in the UK have a power to hold anyone acting delusional on the roads or in a place of public domain and hold you against your will. When they carried him on a 136, they carried him to an assessment, and it was deemed that the doctors' collusion with the police said, okay, we're going to keep him for a section for 28 days, and he was placed on a section 2.
There's no way to override that. I mean, 28 days is an incredibly long time.
No, only the solicitor could appeal against this action, and that's what we was there for on the Wednesday, the 30th of March.
When it came to the inquest, I know that people before have spoken about how police or ex-police are the ones who run the inquest, and so it's just a circle of the same, carceral setting. But were there any things that you noted that were productive, or was everything corrupt?
Everything was corrupt from beginning, hence the reason why I was taken to a place of safety myself for the first 2 weeks. Towards the inquest, it took us 4 years to get to that stage, and we had a narrative verdict. They excluded the unlawful killing verdict, but we were able to come across with a narrative verdict with a lot of reports. After that, 4 years later, we had a public inquiry into the deaths, and we also had a criminal trial. So police got let off all the way through up until the misconduct hearing, which was in 2017. And the police, namely, are PC Shorthouse, PC Greenfield, PC AD, and PC Fannin. PC AD was sacked at the misconduct hearing. That's the only further we've got with our case. And that was for perverting the course of justice while we had a criminal trial. So the police got away scot-free.
Thank you so much for pushing forward. And also, I think it's beautiful that you named your daughter after your big brother.
Thank you.
I'm late. It's more a comment. What I constate with a lot of your case, it's there is a reversal of the burden of proof. And you understand what I mean?
Burden of proof.
They try, the police and the justice try to make your beloved as their victim, but they try to make them as a guilty person.
Yes.
And it is the case, in your case, when he called for the police, but the guy, the policeman said to him, you are going to reap what you sow.
Yes.
In your case, he was supposed to have drug. It's not the case, of course, with a big plastic in the mouth. And in different cases, there is that. And I think also we have to take in account, on a legal aspect, how the police help the justice to justify the denial of justice.
Thank you, Muriel. Thanks, Khadija.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to call the next case, the final one in this session, Rod.
I'm sorry I'm here because it should be other family members, and I'll explain now. This is Rashan Charles. He's my grand-nephew. The relation is his mother is my sister's daughter. When a person is killed in circumstances like this and many other cases, you lose an individual, but you also lose a lot of other people as well. During the inquest and a number of other processes, the family were able to hold tight and move together. And as we go forward, my expectation is the family will resume going forward. I don't have any greater resilience than anyone else, but I'm a family member and I'm pretty determined. I'll give a brief set of circumstances of Rashan, 22nd of July 2017. He leaves a motor vehicle, he's running, he's chased by a police officer. I don't condone it. If he was alive, I would ask him, why the hell are you running? What are you doing? I'm not condoning any of this. But he's chased and he's detained in a grocery store. It's early hours of the morning. But all of this is captured on CCTV. We hear about a number of cases. Rashan's, we've heard Kebba Jobe. You will hear about Jason McPherson. I'll let the family speak about that themselves. You won't hear about Edson da Costa in 2017, but that too is a case where the police believe a person has swallowed or has placed something in their mouth. There's no geniuses here. The swallowing action is something which is going to take its course. If a person has or has not, if you suspect they have something in their mouth, a neck lock, a headlock, the squeezing of a throat, the grabbing of the cheeks, thrusting against the jaw, that is not going to reverse that process. You might stop the swallowing, but you're going to stop that person as well. And that is what is happening in these cases. I'm short on time, so I'm going to not go into significant details. I had retired from my 30-year career at the time. So the family were at the coroner's court, but I was the only family member who could attend, luxury of time, every minute, every word, every utterance in the coroner's court. I'm not a particularly clever man, but I'm not a stupid man either. And I learned a lot in my 30 years policing. So much so that it became very difficult to have meetings with the then IOPC, CPS. I found myself having conversations with them. It was difficult because I'm asking straightforward questions. And I kid you not, they're easy questions. I obviously had difficult questions lined up, but I never got to those difficult questions because the easy ones they couldn't answer. An example, in the first IOPC meeting was, what was the purpose of the stop and search? And I wanted to go into technicals later, but I kid you not, to this day, I don't know the answer. The answer is either a stop and search for drugs, stolen property, or a knife that seems to have been introduced into discussion but has never appeared in any other documentation and has never been found. It didn't exist. So, truncating this down, you've heard enough of me for yesterday and today. I learned a significant lesson. When I heard the coroner Mary Hassel, the coroner, gave the script to the jury to tell them what they couldn't conclude, what they had to disregard. And she went through in such fashion my notebook. Maybe it's part of my career, I keep a notebook and all things. I wrote it all down and just thought, well, crying out loud. She is as good as told them what their verdict is. What was the point in having a jury if the coroner is going to tell you what you need to conclude? I stepped out from St. Pancras Coroner's Court. My mistake. Cameras flashing, and I gave, no profanities and swearing, that's not me, but I gave an angered response. about what I would be doing going forward, and here I am. And when you do these things, they stay indelibly marked in social media and in the press and online, etc. Equally, I wrote in, you named the newspaper articles, newspapers, I wrote to them, and I did a number of different interviews in the heat of moment. Everything I said is accurate, but my mistake was I did all these things in temper. If you see my face now, I'm just naturally a dour-faced old boy. I'm not angry. Correction. I am angry, but I am not acting in anger. I am acting strategically. So what we are doing, and I'm thanking Ken, I'm thanking Janet, Marsha, Sam Patterson, all of the now instigators, as they morph into, I don't know what you're going to morph into next, but for this event, because this is a platform to go on to do bigger things, and we need to go forward and do bigger things. We can rest today, but the momentum must pick up. Anger isn't going to do it. Strategy will make it happen. I want to move on and go, that's on Rashan. I know the case inside out. I could spend the rest of the afternoon going through stage by stage of the CCTV, which is on YouTube, without even viewing it, and tell you what happens at every stage. But I've heard certain things in common with family members here. Marsha was kind enough to let me accompany her on occasion to the misconduct trial, misconduct processes, Empire State Building for the Met Police, with 50-odd counts of discipline measures against the officers, which they were acquitted of all. The issue of propping up a man who is critically ill. Ken, I've moved from my family role to my use of force role. Propping up a man who is critically ill, it's ridiculous, it's incredulous that police officers cannot identify. And I don't think it's a case that they can't identify. I think it is that they don't give a damn, to be perfectly honest. I don't think it's a case of incompetence. We hear of cases where individuals are choking. Whatever the cause of the choking, they are critically ill. And not just in cases spoken about here, but in others that I am researching and investigating. Police officers talk of putting an individual in the recovery position. You can't put a person who is handcuffed in a rear stack in a recovery position. It's impossible. And you don't need to talk about training measures to individuals, because humanity alone tells you that you can see that this person's life is ebbing away. And the use of a handcuff is no longer applicable. You should remove it. I will say one thing about, just to clarify the mouth search, because I have a few seconds longer. The mouth search is a misnomer. Whether we're talking about Rashan, what's in his mouth, and let me be clear, it turned out the irony is what he did have in his mouth and what was removed from his throat, if it was there, because they won't give me information, so I have to accept certain things. But it turned out not to be controlled drugs at all. It wasn't a controlled drug. Brings me back to the case, what the heck are you running for? But he can't run any longer in any event. A mouth search is a misnomer because there is no physical entrance of any digits or any other appliances, apparatus into the mouth. A mouth search is conducted simply by, ideally, 2 or 3 officers controlling and stabilizing an individual, probably in a seated position. If you cannot stabilize that person due to high resistance or violence, you don't progress with the mouse search because it's unsafe. If you can stabilize that individual, if you can secure them, then you will apply various pressure points, mandibular, maxilla, depending on which nerve area around the jaw. It's all happening around the jaw, and key is communication. You are speaking to that person and you urge them to spit it out, because if you swallow it, there are medical implications here. In any event, now that you find yourself here, you have to pursue medical treatment for that person. But that is what it's called, I'm retired, I'm out of it now. It's called a mouth search, but it's not actually digits or apparatus into the mouth. I can't resist just for a moment, because I mentioned Jason McPherson, and I don't want to take anything away from the family. They will speak for themselves. We will have descriptions given to you, but if you don't see the footage, no description is going to help you really understand what's taking place. And I would disbelieve it. I would disbelieve it, but I've seen and count back, and you see him disappear. I talked about 2 or 3 officers, disappears under 10 or more. Family will know closer than me. And he's no longer here. But I'll let the family speak for themselves. We must do things differently. We must take a break after 2 fantastic days. And then we must pick up the momentum and go forward to make changes. Because without us, it will remain the same. And in years to come, I don't want to be that guy repeating myself over and over and over again, and neither do you. We can't bring back anybody, but we can make significant changes.
Thank you, Rigg. Any questions or observations?
Thank you so much. I appreciate the fact that you have all the years of, of being inside and then outside, so you can see from various angles. I was just curious in terms of us going forward. I have 2 questions. What's striking me is the mental health deficiencies of the police writ large. So I'm curious, because we talked about the mental health of individual family members, but they didn't kill anybody, right? It's the police who's killing people at these, this rate and with impunity. So I'm curious how the issue of police mental health is addressed and even screened before people are let in. And then the second thing that's been brought up by the panelists, by the families, is the way in which the inquest is corrupt. And I was curious about movements to strip any police or relative of police to be, as part of an inquest in order to be an autonomous, independent. And the last is, this is a broad one, right? But I thought I'd throw it to you anyway. What is your faith in policing itself?
Let me see. My brain is ticking now. But the first one is about police and dealing with mental health. Marcia, if I may, again, very versed with Sean's case, the police officers, I was never trained in how to deal with medically or psychologically with a person who is suffering from mental illness. I was trained, and police officers are trained to identify if a person has a mental illness. And then what the training involves is to relocate that person to a place of safety where they can be assessed by a doctor, 2 approved social workers and the like, so that they can get medical treatment. I mentioned Marcia's case because you have 4 or 5 police officers. Sean Rigg never speaks. Sean Rigg is behaving in a bizarre fashion. I think that's fair to say. But the officers incredulously, unbelievably say they didn't know that he had mental illness. It's ridiculous. There's no difference between the behaviours you have there than in Kevin Clark's case, in Sean Sylvester's case, and a range of others. My take is that the officers are telling untruths. So the current status is the police are now, I think it was 2023, I have since retired, but the police are now adopting this position where it is the right people, the right care, the right people, that's medical people to deal with, medical staff and trained medical people to deal with people suffering from mental illness. But the police are saying they won't attend. But there's always a get out, because if somebody calls and says somebody's life is at risk, then the police will be at the vanguard, the police will be at the foremost. So I'm not certain that will change. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I could have asked the question more directly. Are police trained to detect in their own ranks people who have mental issues in terms of their aggression against the civilian population? It would be like snitching on another officer, but is there like...
Sorry, against other individual officers? Sorry, against other police identifying mental illness with other officers, is that what you're saying?
Again, like when I said I was a military brat, it's kind of like some people who are military bases know that some of the people in the Army are dangerous because they have homicidal, whatever their issues are about authoritarianism. And I was wondering if you had ideas about how the police could police the police in terms of their aggression against civilian and notice mental health issues within their ranks.
Yeah. In terms of formal training for that, no, and not in my time, because I have now a fair bit of time retired. I've not seen it, I'm not aware that that takes place. But you don't need formal training to understand that somebody has a problem, somebody has difficulty in interacting with people. I was privileged to achieve middle management responsibility, and so at times depending on events, I could be responsible for several hundred officers. Down the line, you have inspectors and sergeants who report to me. So I can't see the performance of individuals as you go up the chain. But there are annual appraisals, there are assessments. And so the system is there to identify officers who have problems. But let's be clear, and I'm not standing here as an apologist for anybody, any organization. The closing ranks is a big thing. The lack of transparency and the fact that certain heinous offenses could take place. Forgive me if I mention Sarah Everard's family, but the murderer clearly was, I didn't know him, but I was in service at the time he was there. But he was clearly behaving abominably in the workplace. And when the WhatsApp groups of many other officers get exposed, you see the things that they're exchanging. So, and everybody who's party to that knows that there's an obligation on them to act. But there is a closing of ranks. Mirelle made a valid point earlier. I am not an apologist for anybody, not even myself. Or if anything, it would be for myself, but it's not every police officer. And you also will have heard a number of officers whose careers don't come to a full 25-year or 30-year conclusion. Because if you step out and if you try to stand against the mass of an organization, it's good as long as you toe the line. But if you don't toe the line, it becomes a horrible place to exist. I'm not here to defend. Yep. I'm not here to defend the police at all. Was there another question I could deal with? Just sorry.
Thank you. You mentioned that the police are trained to identify mental health issues. So basically, my question and comment is that when they arrive to a place where someone is having a mental health issue, so basically they can identify that there is a mental health issue, And if they can't, they have a family member, a relative, someone that is stating that there is a mental health issue. So basically, could we say that even though if they can identify it, they train to identify, and they know and they see it, and someone is giving them the information, they choose to use the opportunity to exert their racist, violent license to kill?
It has to be something along those lines. I don't see it as incompetence. I see it as people who, I did mention in my introduction, a key thing that I engage myself with now is investigating and researching the use and abuse of power on a wider scale. And what you're describing there, Esther, it is about abusing power. And there are individuals, there are many people, not all as we know, but there are many people who are entrusted with powers. Take stop and search. I am not a foe. I do not think stop and search is a problem. I think what the problem is you put a tool as useful as that, a crime prevention tool as useful as that, into the hands of individuals who are racist, who are abusers of powers, who are misogynists. Then that's where you have a problem. Not from the actual tactic itself. It's how the individuals use it, or how some individuals use it. And a lack of management control, because these things are not happening in isolation. Powers that be know what's taking place, and little is being done about it.
Thank you, Rob. Finish off this session, I'm going to call the expert witness, Paul Connor. Please come up.
Okay, can you hear me okay? Yeah, everybody? Thanks. I suppose before I start off, a lot of what I speak about today, there's further detail on it in this report that I referred to yesterday, which I think may be useful for the People's Tribunal going forward, because what we did was get together an international group of human rights defenders and academics and former police officers, which we found very valuable, from Norway, from South America, from South Africa, from the Middle East, from Britain, Ireland, the US, who, for free, carried out a 2-year investigation with 2 human rights groups, ourselves and CAJ in Belfast, acting as a type of secretariat, facilitating access to witnesses and families, and they drew up this report. And there's QR codes being handed out throughout the audience now, so if you want to access it, just fire it into your phone and you can look at it on a later date, because it's a 200-page document. So I suppose to start off, to say how humbled I am to be here, to listen to families, to thank you very much for sharing your testimony. I know it's very difficult. I've sat in rooms in Derry and Belfast and Armagh and heard very similar testimony from families. I think you share a lot in common. I think our situation has changed in many ways, and I think maybe for the first time ever, we in the north of Ireland find ourselves at an advantage compared to families here because of the peace process, because of the Good Friday Agreement, because of the European Convention of Human Rights. And I'm slightly surprised not to have heard more about that over the last day. Not from families, but that has proven one of the single most important agents of change in our society, is to be invoking Article 2 and Article 3 of the European Convention, which require independent police investigations, which require speedy investigations into allegations of torture, even 50 years onwards, and that is happening for us now. And so those are various changes that have happened in our jurisdiction. What I thought I'd do, since the title is State Cover-Up, is very briefly just mention 3 cases that we have had to do with. And the reason I've picked these 3 is because I think they're positive examples, because I'd like to leave people with hope that their change is possible, even many, many years later. I think that's important, not just to outline the problem, but to say, look, change can happen. So I'm going to give 3 brief examples. You might find them curious, as positive examples, but we think they are positive. So the first one concerns a boy called Paul Witters, who was shot dead in our city in 1981. He was 15. He was throwing stones at an empty building to try and draw the police into the area because it was just after one of the hunger strikers had died. And that's what happened at the time. Unbeknownst to him, there was a police unit hiding, a riot squad hiding in the building next door. They came racing out. The lead police officer fired a plastic bullet at him and hit him at under the minimum required range when he posed no threat whatsoever. All he was doing was breaking a window. So Paul died about a week later, and the family made a complaint to the police ombudsman, which is the body that actually has teeth to investigate the police, and which I think is chalk and cheese compared to what I've heard over the last couple of days here about the police complaints body in this jurisdiction. There are problems with the police ombudsman. There are very definite problems, but I don't think it bears any comparison to what you've been offered in terms of independent police investigations. So they carried out an investigation and they castigated the RUC, the police, for the lack of investigation in Paul's case. I won't go into the detail, we don't have the time, but it's all in the report that I was there. So after their report, Paul's case sat there with many others waiting for an Article 2 independent investigation by a police service, but not the police service of Northern Ireland. It had to be independent of that. In the meantime, we discovered that there was a file in the National Archives in Kew called Paul Witters, Plastic Bullet Victim, 1981. We applied for the file on behalf of the family, and we were told it was closed until 2064. So, files are normally only closed for reasons of national security. And we said, what is the national security issue about the death of a 15-year-old boy shot by a police officer in Derry? We asked the minister, the British minister, who sits at cabinet level, the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, for a meeting. We got the meeting along with the family of another 14-year-old girl who'd also been killed by a plastic bullet and whose file was also closed. We went to the meeting. You're all familiar with Kafka. Well, this was Kafka writ large. We sat down with the minister and all of her officials, one of whom had been a very senior security official here in London at the Joint Intelligence Committee. And we said, why is the file closed? I don't know. Why don't you know? Because it's closed. And we said, yeah, but it was closed by the Northern Ireland office. It's the ministry that generates a file which decides that it should be closed. That's the instruction they give. They said, but I don't know what's in the file. Why not? It's closed. But you knew these families were coming here. Why didn't you ask for access to the file? I can't. It's closed. It was totally bizarre. We left the meeting, contacted the National Archives in London, and they said, that's not true. Whatever minister closes the file can immediately seek to have it reopened. It's their file. So she just lied to us. So we set about embarrassing them, which we did in public with various people weighing in, and eventually they had to open most of the file. Almost all of it, except some medical details around the autopsy, which was fair enough and shouldn't really be in the public domain. And what we discovered was why they closed the file. It goes back to the issue of state cover-up, and it goes back to my main point that getting the genie out of the bottle is the most important issue. And the genie that we found in that particular bottle was that they knew at the time, the Ministry of Defence here knew that the plastic bullets that were being fired were faulty. They knew that there was a metal cap that was, now, by the way, a plastic bullet in use in Northern Ireland is that size. They have never been used in this jurisdiction because the Home Secretary said they're too dangerous, right? But let me just get some water here. So what we discovered was in the file that the metal cap that was supposed to become detached in a number of instances was not becoming detached and was instead flying through the air along with the plastic bullets. There's a velocity of over 100 kilometers an hour and was also hitting people. And that happened in Paul's case. They knew this was happening. They knew this was extremely dangerous, even more dangerous than the fact that they'd fired at him at under the minimum range, which for lethality was 20 meters and ideally over 40 meters. And they knew this, but they didn't tell people. So we have found that out. Paul's case is now sitting there with many, many other cases waiting on an Article 2 compliant investigation, which will eventually happen. And we now have the genie that's out of the bottle. The second example I want to give is of someone called Liam Holden, who was 18 years of age. He was arrested in 1972, and he was taken to a primary school that had been commandeered by the British Army, and he was interrogated. They accused him of being involved in the killing of a soldier. While in the primary school, it's now been established, he was very badly treated and tortured. He was waterboarded. They staged a fake mock execution on him in a field nearby, and he then signed a statement of admission. And at that stage in the conflict, a signed statement from a detainee was enough to have someone sentenced, even if they then went to court and said that was forced out of them. There was no requirement for any other additional evidence. He was sentenced to death. He served 1 month in the death cell in Belfast, and then that was commuted, and he served 18 years of a sentence. When he got out, he fought against the miscarriage of justice and succeeded and had the verdict overturned. He was cleared. He then sought compensation, and last year a court in Belfast held a hearing in the case. We supplied an affidavit to it because we had come across independent evidence in Kew, in the National Archives, official documents confirming that people were being waterboarded in the early 70s. The problem was the verb didn't exist, so nobody knew it was waterboarding. Detainees were simply describing being put on a table, towel over their faces, water being poured on them. They thought they were drowning. So it was quite commonplace at that time, particularly with the army. And then we decided that found out that the British Army had been waterboarding people for decades under the British mandate in Palestine, in Kenya, in Oman, in many other conflict zones with counterinsurgency wars, that it had been a tool of torture, but it didn't have a verb. So we supplied an affidavit. Last year, the court awarded his family, because he passed away in the meantime, £350,000. And I suspect that most of you are unaware of the fact that a court in Belfast found it legally as established that waterboarding took place in this jurisdiction. I suspect most of you didn't hear that. But it was established. Again, the genie was out of the bottle. The last example I want to give, I hope I'm okay on time here, the last example I want to give is a case that's actually been at the appeal court in Belfast this week. It's headlining newspapers and television at home, and it involves a man called Sean Brown, who was the leader of his local GAA club in a small village. GAA is the major cultural sporting organisation in Ireland. It has, good luck on that one, it has 5,000 clubs in Ireland. It's very, very powerful. He was the chairman of the local club. He was abducted by loyalist paramilitaries and murdered in 1997. Long story short, we went through a long process of trying to, first of all, the police investigation was castigated again by the police ombudsman. We went through 40 preliminary hearings for the inquest over 16 years. 40. Waiting for the inquest to start because they were trying to get disclosure of documents from the Ministry of Defence, from MI5, and from the police. And that took 16 years. Eventually, the coroner said to those three bodies I've just mentioned, I want an email from you every day at 5 o'clock to tell me what you've done to supply me with the required documents. Eventually, they were supplied, but, and here's the rub, the Ministry of Defence had redacted, had put a PII certificate, public interest immunity, which means it's not in the public interest, on 50 full pages were blanked out. MI5 had redacted 30 full pages. Now ask yourselves, what does the security service, whose responsibility it is the national security of Great Britain, have to do with the murder of a 61-year-old GAA father of 6 children in Derry in 1997? What has that to do with them? Why have they got files on that? Why have the Ministry of Defence got twice as many files on his murder, which appeared to be just a straight sectarian murder? We don't have time to go into why they do. There's some very interesting reasons. Following up on that, there was an inquest started last year for the first time. after the 40 preliminary hearings. After a couple of weeks, the coroner called the family in and the press and said, I cannot fulfill your Article 2 rights to a proper inquest because so many documents have been redacted and an inquest does not allow for secret evidence to be held. I'm going to abandon this inquest and I'm calling on the Secretary of State to set up a public inquiry. The Secretary of State and I'm going to give you a gist of the secret evidence. I'm not going to tell you exactly what it is, but I am going to tell you from the secret evidence that's been withheld, at least 5 of those involved in the murder worked for state agencies. Okay? And he then abandoned the inquest, sent a letter to the Secretary of State and said, you should set up a public inquiry. Secretary of State said, no, that's Hilary Benn. We met the Secretary of State with the family, and he said, no, I'm not going to give you a public inquiry, but I'm going to take legal action against the senior judge that gave you that information. That's ongoing. This week, it was in court again at the Court of Appeal, and the Court of Appeal ruled in favour of the family. That's where we are now. So no matter what happens in this case, although I expect it to go to the Supreme Court and for there to be a public inquiry, the genie is out of the bottle. Now, I had lots more to say, but I think we're out of time. What I would say is what has worked for us is having a complaints mechanism which actually has teeth, which has no police officers involved, and which we would never have a family meet on their own, ever. We would always be in the room, and we would challenge everything they say. Article 2, police investigations. So if the police chase someone at home in a vehicle and that vehicle crashes and somebody's killed or somebody's restrained and is killed in custody, the police in Belfast are not allowed to investigate it under the law. It has to be an Article 2 investigation, which means it has to be from outside. Finally, did some of these mechanisms work? They did. Do you know why? Because on the 1st of May last year, the Conservative government, their last dying kicks, brought in a new act called the Legacy Act, at which they stopped all legacy inquests, they stopped all civil cases, they stopped all police investigations into legacy cases, they stopped every mechanism that was dealing with the past. Why? Because they knew that they were becoming increasingly vulnerable with a new generation of lawyers, sharp young lawyers out of our community, that they were vulnerable because of the Article 2 of the European Convention on Human Rights. So they brought about all these changes, established a new commission, which has utterly, totally failed. The courts and families have driven a coach and horses through this new commission, which they have set up. It hasn't worked. They've accepted it hasn't worked. And at the moment, we're still talking to the Northern Ireland office about what needs to happen to have a mechanism that does work. Thank you.
So, obviously, no questions.
Thank you. I think I'm the oldest story here. Next month will be 54 years when my mother was murdered, brutally beaten to death in Stotney police station. She was 50 years old. I was 10 years old at the time. My mother was targeted all her life. She came from Jamaica during the Windwash era in the late 50s. She was a seamstress by trade. She used to cater, make cakes, drinks and things like that. When she came to England, she carried her trade with her. She used to make clothes. She used to breed pedigree dogs. She had parties in halls for the black community, and she did very well for herself. She was very kind-hearted. She was a woman of integrity. She helped so many people that came to this country from the Caribbean, because back in those days, they used to have signs on windows that would say, no blacks,
no Irish, and no dogs allowed. So she did well for herself, and she bought a property and would rent out the rooms and all that, yeah? And she was targeted by the police from day one. Now, to cut a long story short, because I've been through hell and I've got so much to say, but I've got to go through it slowly and to make you all understand what happened to my dearly beloved mother. She had tenants living in her house for over 1 year. They did not pay the rent. Mr. and Mrs. Archer. Every time she went to collect the rent from them, Mrs. Archer, a white woman who was married to Mr. Archer, a black man, Mrs. Archer would racially abuse her to not pay the rent. Now, this was a setup by the police and those who are involved to keep us oppressed, that we should not succeed financially and do well for ourselves in England. So she took it to the rent tribunal. The rent tribunal gave her, Mr. and Mrs. Archer, a week to leave the property, her property. So the same day, which is the 13th of May, 1971, she did her rounds for the day. She went back to the house because we had a cousin living there. And Mrs. Archer and my mother caught up in something. They had an argument, whatever, and somehow the police got involved, which was all part of the setup. Now, the police arrested my mother and took her to the Stoke Newington police station. While there, they beat her to death. When I saw my mother in the funeral parlor, I was 10 years old at the time. I'll never forget it. 54 years next year, and it feels like yesterday to me. I've been targeted all my life by the system, the police, social housing, hospital, the prisons, they're all in it together. And we really need to understand how it works. These are all secret society, and we need to know this. Freemasons, and they all work together, brotherhood. That's why they're getting away with all this murder, this killing, because they're all in it together, even our so-called black conscious leaders, they're all in it. Going back to my mother, Mr. and Mrs. Archer said they saw my mother fall on Brighton Road, where the house is. Now, why did she fall? Why was the police there? They escorted Mrs. Archer to the inquest court, the police, and the coroner, well known for dealing with killing it in police custody, Douglas Chambers. He's dealt with so many cases from Stoke Newington police station. He sat with the jury, and he said, he directed the jury to say, my mother died of misadventure. She murdered herself, basically. Now, what the police are saying is that they found my mother drunk in the street. She's supposed to have drank a whole bottle of whiskey all at once. She's won a court case. Now, whatever. They've got to give some cock and ball story to make it sound viable, which is a lot of crap. And Brian King, who was the first on the scene, he said he was a passenger in a police vehicle, and he found my mother drunk, kicking out. He found her at a petrol station, something. Then he changed his story and said he heard a call from someone on the bus to say that my mother, someone was causing disturbances. So the story's changed. And when they took her, They placed her in a van. This van came from nowhere, because he was in a police car, don't forget. He was a passenger. So they took her to the police station. She was kicking out, she was fighting, and they laid her on her stomach. Mrs. Archer had a piece of paper that my mother had written down my sister's name, address, and telephone number. This is from a drunk woman that couldn't stand up. Yeah. And she had my mother's bank book as well. Yeah. It's a setup. They're working with the police, and that's how they got my mother. They use drugs, mental health, violence, you name it. But they've got to give some cock and bull story, because as I said, they're all Freemasons. This is not, do your research. It's there, it's open, it's not hidden. And they're there to kill us, which they're doing. But we keep thinking, are we throwing money at them? And they're going to improve? Even a 5-year-old know if you hurt someone or kill them or jump on them, they know what they're doing. So why is it the police, you're saying the police need money, they need this, they need cameras and all that? It's not. We need to look into the Freemason, the secret brotherhood, the secret society, all these organizations which run the government, which run the institution, which why they're killing us and getting away with it, and we keep thinking we're going back to the same thing. No. This is what needs to be done. We need to bring this system down. Yeah. Now, when I saw my mother in the funeral parlor, I was 10 years old. Her face was covered in bruises, a beautiful woman, covered in bruises. But what stood out more than anything was her right temple bashed in. They bashed her temple in, and I took hold of her hand, which they put in her gloves because her hands were swollen and everything. And I promised her, I said, Mama, I'm going to see this through to the end, no matter how long it takes. And I didn't know how far white supremacy expanded. It's a worldwide establishment. And that's why they're killing us and getting away with it. And we must also look into organ harvest. They're taking our organs and they're making it look like, oh, it's willy-nilly, they're killing us randomly. It's not. They know who we are, they target us, they know exactly what they are doing. They know me, they know all of us, our mobile phones, they know who from birth. It's a thing that they've established to use against us. And they think we're stupid, Yeah, I don't want to lose my train of thought, But it's been a nightmare. I've never had a childhood. When they killed my mother, she had 2 properties. She had that terrace house and she had a 3-story house. Now, this is a long story which I can't go into at the moment because it's going to take all day. My sister ended up taking everything, even though she left a will. My twin and I ended up on the streets from the age of 12. 12 years old. So she serviced continuously. They said no money in the kitty, they couldn't help us, you name it. So from the age of 12 years old, I've been on the street for just 6 years. I have had a really rough life because of this system. And I know who's doing this. It's a group, the 1% that's running this country, the world actually, and we talk about Palestine as well, They're running everything. That's what's going on. And I tried to kill myself. I tried to commit suicide numerous times when I was 14, 15. The police put me in prison as well, even though I was being abused, and I was underage. You see, I don't fear death, and I don't fear the police. I don't fear nothing. But what has happened, it's affected my health because I was doing well for myself. They sabotaged my life. I've written a book about my whole story. I've got a book written, and even that is being suppressed. They've done everything to try to destroy me. My twin, she died in 2019 under suspicious circumstances. A few of my relatives have died under suspicious circumstances. They know exactly what they're doing. They're trying to kill us, our bloodline, and that's what it's about. I've had a very hard life, and even though I haven't got long left, but I'll just say, what we need to do is to really look at what I'm saying about the secret society. As I said, the police, they all get promoted. Winston Rose, he was killed in 1981 in Walthamstow. The police, his wife actually phoned the police because he's having a mental breakdown. This is another thing they keep using, mental breakdown. And they battered him to death in the front yard. That policeman who did that, he was promoted to Margaret Thatcher. You remember the MP Margaret Thatcher? Her bodyguard. John Charles de Menace. They killed him. The policewoman, she was promoted to the first superintendent. And also the coroner, Douglas Chambers, he's dealt with all the death in Stocknington Police Station. They fitted me up in a driving incident, and somehow, when the fine came back, I looked at it, he's also like Commissioner of Police. So there's a coroner and a Commissioner of Police. There you go. Now, Stocknington Police Station in the early 90s, 45 police officers were corrupted. They were selling drugs. They had a man sitting in a chair on Sandringham Road selling crack cocaine for them. They had a woman selling crack drugs from a kitchen window, £2,000 a day. And they were sleeping with some of these women as well. And we're talking about 45, not one or two, not a barrel. And fitting people up, putting them in prison to cover the charges, whatever, innocent people. And not one of them were charged. The Freemason Brotherhood. 45. And that's it. Thank you.
The next family I would like to call up is the family of Sheikh Bayo.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have gone through 2 days of stress, mental stress, of listening to our brothers and sisters talking about how their lives have been disrupted. I would like to say, also recognize my wife, Sheikh Bayo's sister, Khadijatu Johnson, the other sister, Kusna Bayo, cousin Khadija as well. And I would also like to say thank you to Marcia and Janet, because they came up to Scotland at the beginning of the inquiry and they gave us some tips. On the day of Sheikh's death, the 3rd of May, the police officers came to our house to tell us about how Sheikh died. They came with a lie. They told us Sheikh was found by the side of the road by a passerby, and they are looking for 2 men. They never told us they were involved. But what they did not know is that the person on the other side of that door have an idea of how they work and how they operate, because that person has been receiving complaints and dealing and working with the police as well on issues. So when they came in, I got out my notepad and my pen. They gave their story. It was noted down. We called Sheku's partner to find out how she was doing, Colette. She came over straight up, and she gave a narrative of what they told her, which seems to be different from what they told us. So then they came to correct the lie that they've given both of us, the two separately. Again, it was another lie. So we start asking questions. Questions that caught them off guard. And by doing that, another lie was developed, in which they called the death message. They keep lying. So they gave us 5 different lies of how Sheku died, telling us they were looking for somebody else. They were looking for 2 guys. One of the stories, Sheku died on the side of the road. The other story, Sheku died in the ambulance. The other story, somebody saw him on the side of the road dead, and they believed it was a racial attack. They were looking for guys. And then I got fed up with the lies, so I asked him, who is your gaffer? Which Ron will know, that's the terms the police use to call their boss a gaffer. So he was shocked for me to say the word. And then he called the superintendent at the time by his first name. And I called the same person by his full name and rank. So he was shocked for me to know who the boss was. And I said to him then, I needed to get him on the phone, and I need him in my house within an hour. He looked at me stunned, like, who are you to tell me to call my boss? I said, call him. So he did. And when he called him, and he had his boss on the other side of the phone saying, yes, tell him I'll be there, he was shocked. And at that time, ushered them out of my house because they were no use to us. So, at that point in time, I know how the police operate, so I phoned up every family member and friend I know of that lives within a 1 hour drive to my house and asked them to come to the house. They came to my house, I got them in the living room, and then the boss came. He came, I know they come in pairs, in twos, for collaboration. So when he came from the entrance hall, he cannot see the living room. And he gave his apology, and he said, okay, can I speak to you and the family? I said, yes, that's fine. And then I opened the door. There were over 20 people sitting there. He was shocked. And then he said, can we go somewhere else and speak? I said, no. These are all family members. You walk in and let's speak. I said to him then, which I always say to him, you are the boss. It's a Sunday morning. You are not on duty. You are not there. Say what you have been told. Straightforward. Say what you have been told. Don't build a narrative. So he came, he sat down, and he started giving another lie. He said Sheku was met with a machete, and everybody shouted in the room, a machete? That size? Where the hell did he get it from? And then he said, a kitchen knife, a big knife. A big knife? And then he said, a blade. So he got confused very quickly. He knew the lies were not going to hold. And then he said, Sheku had this knife in his hand. He was surrounded by 5 officers who were trying to get him to drop the knife. But then Sheku punched a police officer who was standing within the vicinity of the 5 officers. So members of the family wants to speak. I calmed her down and said, let's wait till the story is finished. So he gave his narrative that Sheku punched the officer, the police officer, she fell on the floor, and then he stamped on her head while she was on the floor. And it was after that the officers pounced on Sheku using their batons, and it was after they stopped, they realized that he was not breathing, he was not moving. So we asked him, is that the end of your story? He said, yes. Said, okay, let's go back, let's rewind a bit. When somebody holds a weapon in their hand, they are going to hold it in their power hand. Am I right or am I wrong? You hold it in the hand of your power. If you're right-handed, you hold it in your right hand. If you're left-handed, you hold it in your left hand. And the person wants to throw a punch, they will throw a punch with their power hand. So how did he throw a punch with a machete or a knife in his power hand in the midst of all his other officers? And then he realized there were more tough questions going to come. So we break it down. What was the other officers doing when he stamped on her head? After punching her, you said she fell. Were they just standing there looking at her on the floor for him to go and stand on her head? And then he said, I don't know. Is she at the hospital? Because if a grown man stands on somebody's head or stamp on somebody's head, highly likely that person will be in a hospital on a paved or concrete or tarred environment. There was no answer. Unfortunately for him, there were doctors in the room who were working in the hospital that was very close by. So phone calls were going, and a reply came back, there is no officer in the A&E or in anywhere in the hospital. So what happened? It was at that time they said, they tried to do a forceful arrest, and it went wrong. Okay. Right there and then, we know we have a big problem in our hands. So I called a lawyer who has been fabulous, who's worked very tirelessly for 10 years to get us to where we are, Ama Anwar. He has worked with us a lot. And then we start to find out some of the things people have said here before. Where are the CCTVs? Where are the cameras? Again, similar stories. I won't repeat what you've said, what you guys have said before. Missing. They only seem not to work when there is an incident, when police are involved. We were asked that the postmortem was to take place the next day. We told them it cannot go ahead because Sheku's mom was in London and she needs to travel up to Scotland, and then we'll give her consent. They did not listen. They went ahead and did the postmortem anyway. They knew we were contacting the equivalent of the Attorney General here, the Lord Advocate, for us to have our own pathologist in the room when the autopsy was to be done, the postmortem to be done. They did not listen to us, so they went ahead and do it. They returned a decomposed body to us. Again, we found out through the inquiry, like what some members have said today, about some parts that were taken off the body. Now, one thing that did not happen, we have not spoken about. The officers that were involved, we need to make sure they are investigated. Yeah. About their past, about their lifestyle, about what they do. We found out from the family of one of the officers that the lead officer wanted to join the far-right organization in Britain. He was racist according to his own sister. And we published that. The media, we need to hold the media to account because they publish their lies. That Sheku stabbed a police woman on the day. That was a lie. The police officers never met Sheku with a knife. There was no knife. His hands were like this, his palms out. We need to recognize that race plays a part in all of these cases. And we, in the inquiry that has been established for the very first time of its kind in the United Kingdom, where we are looking at race as an issue is ongoing right now. And through that, we have managed to work so hard with a lawyer to get the first Chief Constable, Sir Ian Livingston, to acknowledge that Police Scotland was institutionally racist. That announcement was made. We, the community, need to stop to fear the police and the process. We need to stand up and we need to challenge it. In Scotland, as of tomorrow, the 7th of April, legal aid to any victim family is automatic. There will be no means-tested approach. So your income will not be taken into account. We need to work, we are working towards, at the moment as I speak, in 8 to 9 weeks, we are launching a platform of information so that for any new family, victim family, to be able to get access about the first steps they need to take when they encounter any such problems. Because the very first 24 hours to 48 hours is crucial. So we need that. That is coming up. But we need your help to populate that platform because your experience counts a lot. So that, because they already have a book of reference that they go to, and that book has been existing for over 50 years. So as you can see, the same story, the same approach repeats itself time and time again. Now we need to create ours. Right. The last thing I'm going to talk about is we talk about our loss. Somebody said, I don't know whether it was Ken yesterday, said, we don't talk about publishing the face of the police officers that were involved. Now we need to start doing that. We need to publish the names and faces of all police officers, and also the Crown Office and everybody else through the judicial system that aid and abet the cover-up. We need to start publishing that. We need to pass the mainstream media. If each and every one of us here picked up the phone every week and phone a mainstream media and asked them to interview a family member, a victim family member every week, we will change the narrative because we will force society to listen. We need to do that. People are going to say, how come? It might be hard. When you do your call to the mainstream media, record it, and if they fail, you publish it. So, I'm saying today, we need to take the bull by its horn ourselves. In Scotland, we are making gains. In Scotland, we are working together. In Scotland, we need to push down south as we're pushing up in Scotland. Work together in unity and let's get justice for all. Thank you.
Thanks, Ade. We now have Alan, the son of Trevor Brecknell, from the north of Ireland. One of the reasons we wanted to include the north of Ireland is obviously to make a point about the colonization of Ireland, and at the same time, the panel is represented in that way in Palestine and internationally as well. So welcome.
I'm not sure how to follow that, to be perfectly honest. I have this written down, so excuse me for reading this. If I didn't, I would be here for the next 5-6 hours just talking about my own case. I'm going to talk a wee bit about my father, Trevor Brecknell, and how he was killed, and a wee bit about the organisation that I work with as well. So thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. It's been actually humbling to listen to the hurt and the pain that's in this room, and it's a hurt and a pain that I work with every day in my role within the Pat Finucane Centre, which I'll mention a wee bit later on. As I say, my name's Alan Bracknell. I live in County Armagh in the north of Ireland. I'm an advocacy support worker with the Pat Finucane Centre. My father, who was born and brought up in Birmingham, met my mother in the mid-60s. She was from Ireland. They got married, set up home in Belfast, just as the more recent conflict, Stoke Troubles, was starting there. In the summer of 1974, we were forced out of our home and moved to South Armagh, where my mother was originally from. My mother wanted to go to Birmingham, but Daddy wanted to go to the countryside of Armagh. Maybe he was fed up with the concrete and brick of a big city. On the 17th of December 1975, my sister Rashan was born. 2 days later, as Daddy was returning from visiting his new daughter and his wife in hospital, he called into Donnelly's Bar in Silverbridge, which is a local wee community pub, to have a celebratory drink with his workmates. It was the last Friday before Christmas, and people were finishing work for the Christmas holidays. He'd only just arrived at the bar when it was attacked by gunmen who shot a number of people both inside and outside the bar and then threw in a bomb. 3 people were killed: Michael Donnelly, the 14-year-old son of the bar owners, Patsy Donnelly, who was no relation of Michael's, and Trevor Bracknell, my father. 18 others, including my aunt and uncle, were seriously injured in the attack. We sort of got on with our lives and either went to university or got a trade. And it wasn't until my son asked me in 1999 why he didn't have a grandfather that I started to look into my father's killing. As a family, we didn't know much at the time. As far as we knew, no one had ever been charged or convicted in relation to the attack. At this stage, we enlisted the help of the Pat Finucane Centre in an effort to find out as much as we could about what had happened that night and in subsequent years. Around the same time, a whistleblower, an ex-policeman, came forward and claimed that some members of the Royal Ulster Constabulary, which was the local police at the time, and members of the Ulster Defence Regiment, which was a locally recruited regiment of the British Army, had been involved with loyalist paramilitaries in a number of killings and attacks in the 1970s. The attack on Donnelly's Bar was included in this list, as long as the Dublin and Monaghan bombings of May 1974, which is the greatest loss of life in any single day during the period of the conflict. This gave us a starting place, and we were able to engage with the whistleblower and the police officer who investigated the attack. The police officer's opening comment to the bereaved families was, "As far as I am concerned, there was collusion between members of the police, the locally recruited regiment of the UDR, and loyalist paramilitaries in the attack, and permutations of the same gang were involved in the Dublin and Monaghan bombings and other murders in the mid-Ulster area." The Pat Finucane Centre continued the research and linked up to 120 murders to the permutations of the same gang. This became known as the Glenanne gang series of killings. Well, that's how it's known in the north of Ireland, but it's probably better understood as a loose grouping of members of the police, members of the Ulster Defence Regiment, the locally recruited regiment of the Army, and loyalist paramilitaries from the mid-Ulster area. We were able to establish from the research that a serving member of the local police and a civilian had been charged with withholding information in relation to the attack on Donnelly's Bar. It turns out that withholding information charge related to them driving the attackers away from the bar. Our family had never been told that anyone had ever been charged. The charges were subsequently dropped against them. With the help of our lawyers, we then instigated a number of legal challenges in the courts in Belfast. These are related to the non-investigation or inadequate investigation of the claims of the whistleblower. The cases were framed as violations of Article 2 of the European Convention on Human Rights, the right to life. The cases run their courses through the courts in Belfast, and this opened the opportunity for us to take a case to the European Court of Human Rights, claiming that there had been a violation of Article 2 of the Convention in relation to the investigation of the whistleblower's claims. The case was lodged in September 2004 and judgment was delivered in November 2007. The court found that there was a violation of Article 2 when the RUC, the old police force, were investigating the claims. The most important outcome of what has become known in Ireland anyway as the Bracknell judgment is found in paragraphs 70 and 71, and what it says is, given the fundamental importance of Article 2, the state authorities must be sensitive to any information or material which has the potential either to undermine the conclusions of an earlier investigation or to allow an earlier inconclusive investigation to be proceeded further. It goes on to say, where there is a plausible or credible allegation, piece of evidence or item of information relevant to the identification and eventual prosecution or punishment of a perpetrator of an unlawful killing, the authorities are under an obligation to take further investigative measures. What this means in practice is that should new information become available, the state may be under an obligation to conduct a new investigation. While this was not the initial desired outcome of taking a case to the European Court of Human Rights, it has meant that the British state has had to review a number of cases relating to the recent conflict in and about the north of Ireland. New information has become available in a large number of cases. Some of this has come from both British and Irish state papers, which have been released. Other information has come from whistleblowers and more from investigative journalists and non-governmental organisations like the Pat Finucane Centre. One of the questions it was suggested that we may like to answer today is, what will justice look like? This is always a difficult question to answer. Justice can mean different things to different people. To some, it means seeing someone in court and convicted. To others, it means getting a better understanding of what happened and why. I can only look at this from my own perspective and the perspective of a society coming out of conflict. It will be 50 years this December since my father was killed. The reality is that it will be difficult to get a conviction at this stage. Even if there was a conviction, the person will only serve 2 years in jail under the terms of the Good Friday Belfast Agreement. Personally, I don't want to see anyone in court now. Would it do me any good to see an 80 or 90-year-old man or woman in court? Would it do me any good to see them taken away from their children, grandchildren, or even their great-grandchildren? For me, the answer is no. But I understand that it is not how others see it, not even within my own family. What is important for me is that there is a learning from the past to ensure that it doesn't happen again. This does not just apply to paramilitary organisations that were involved in the conflict in the north of Ireland, but to the state, and especially to the state. There needs to be an acknowledgement that the state was also involved in acts that were not appropriate, whether that be torture, waterboarding, as Paul mentioned earlier, internment of people without trial, murder, and collusion with both loyalist and Republican terrorist organisations or paramilitary organisations. The running of agents within paramilitary groups or working collusively with these groups. There needs to be an acknowledgement that all actors to the conflict did wrong and that it was not a simple case of I'm right and you're wrong. It was a dirty conflict and that needs to be acknowledged. It is not good enough to try to sweep things under the carpet. All sides will find it hard to admit their own wrongdoing, but for the greater good of the society, this has to be done, and the sooner it is done, the better. Part of the work that the Pat Finucane Centre does is around memorialisation. We have produced over this last number of years small booklets, pamphlets to commemorate those who were lost during the period of the conflict. We do that in collaboration with families. I have a couple of copies of books here with me, and to save either Paul or myself taking them back to Belfast, I leave them here, and whoever wants them can take them with them. And it just gives a sense of what is possible outside of the criminal justice system and that sort of thing. One of the other things that we've done in more recent years as well is we have an exhibition called In Their Footsteps. And it's we've asked families to donate a pair of shoes, not necessarily belonging to the individual, but to represent the individual and put a wee note on it to say who they were, what they meant to the family. And we use that at different times. It's been displayed outside Westminster, it's been displayed in O'Connell Street in Dublin, it's been displayed all over in Belfast and in Derry and whatever. And whenever you actually see 250 to 260 pairs of shoes lined out along the street and people stopping and reading those stories, it's very, very powerful, and it does prick a conscience. And I'm not suggesting that that's something that this campaign, this grouping, this organisation would want to do, but it might be something to think about. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Alan. And the tribunal will be working with the Pat Finucane Centre to learn from them, because obviously they're way ahead in some areas, and that's what the tribunal wants to do, to learn from the different struggles, whether it's the North of Ireland, Palestine, the USA, anywhere else. The last testimony is from Marcus, the mother of Devontae Scott.
Can everyone hear me okay? Yeah? I'm a bit nervous. First time doing this to such a big space. This is Devontae. My little brother, 18 years old. He was a special boy. My mum described, as soon as she seen him, she knew he was special and how much people would fall in love with him. He was a rainbow baby. My mum suffered a stillbirth in the January. Devontae was born in December. Devontae touched many hearts in the community. He was kind-hearted, would do anything for anybody. He was very friendly. Older people to younger people. Nobody ever had anything bad to say about Devontae, how well-mannered he was. He was a keen footballer, went to football college post-COVID, and it was something that he was wanting to continue to pursue once the restrictions lifted. On the 16th of May 2021, our family was ripped apart. Devontae was in a police pursuit in the area of Stratford, Manchester. The police said that they suspected he may have had a gun. That evidence was later removed. That document was never to be seen again, and it was all a mistake. Then they said that their car was stolen an hour before. That was the reason to start the pursuit. That was later taken away, and that wasn't true. And then they said to us that he was speeding, he was close to the vehicle in front, and they'd overtaken him. When we looked at the evidence of the CCTV, it was actually shown that the police indicated left to pull over. He'd gone past them at the speed limit, and it was actually them doing 37 miles per hour in a 30 zone and not Devontae. Between the time of the police first activating the sirens on the car, which was approximately 1:32 p.m. in the afternoon, to 1:34 p.m. when Devontae crashed and was dead instantly. 2 minutes. No radio call was put through. They never checked the registration plate of the car, whether to check whether it was stolen, if it was involved, if you suspected that a car had a gun in it, then surely specialist trained armed officers would have been called and taken control of that pursuit, not an unmarked police car. The police were travelling 70 miles per hour in a 30 zone on the wrong side of the road, chasing Devante. The whole actual pursuit of losing sight was 13 seconds long. The officer said that this was justified in able to protect the public. And he said that he believes that the public would have wanted him to pursue at that level on a busy Sunday on the wrong side of the road at 70 miles per hour in a 30 zone, unable to catch Devante. I don't think it's justifiable. Everybody was put in at risk, and my brother lost his life. It's traumatic. I have a younger brother who is 14 years old. I have a son who is 14 years old. They are scared when they see the police. My 9-year-old son sees the police and says, "Mum, the police, the police, the police." They're frightened. I physically shake. We've been harassed, attacked. After my brother died, at the place of where my brother died, the whole community gathered there for weeks. And the police would come past, set the sirens off at the lights, go past us with the lights on, turn the sirens off. They put markers on my car, my personal car, and it was actually professionals that told me don't drive that vehicle because it had been leaked that the police were going to pursue me next. After the crash, sorry, I'm a bit too... After the crash, I was actually in the Midlands at the time. It took me an hour and so to get home. It was already on the news. It had already been released on the papers that this young man was deceased. My mum hadn't even been told yet. When his girlfriend went to the scene, she was told, "Stop screaming and making so much noise. That's not going to solve anything or make anything better." Which then they took her and her sister to my mum's house and said, "Can we see a picture of him?" "Oh yeah, that's him. He's dead. Somebody will be in touch." And that was pretty much, we didn't hear anything else. The next day, I took the role as the person that was the strongest at the time, emotionally, to get onto coroners and see where the body was and getting things organised to get the body moved to the appropriate places where it needed to go. We asked, could we identify Devante? We were told, no, he's been identified through the picture that was shown when they told my mum that he was dead. 2 weeks it took to see Devante. Yeah, it took 2 weeks and we've seen him at the Chapel of Rest. The police have just been horrific. My younger brother suffers with additional needs, autism and ADHD. And because of the trauma of the police, he now runs from them. So they chase him and hold him and search him. And he says, "Leave me alone. I'm just a boy that plays football. What do you want from me? You killed my brother." They said, "We didn't kill your brother. Your brother killed himself." There's no support when you lose somebody in such tragic circumstances. You know, I'm sure the police get lots of counselling. I didn't get anything. I lost my kids to social services because I asked for help with mental health. I ended up sectioned, locked in a mental health institute for months, had to fight for 18 months to have my children returned home into my care. When I did attend the hospital and told them how I felt and begged them to help me, help the feeling go away that I felt inside. It was the grief. You just can't describe that level of pain. And I've been through a lot in my life, but that was something I would never wish on my worst enemy. And I went to the hospital and I begged them for help to then be arrested. I was restrained, stamped on my head by a security guard, taken to the police station. Went to the police station for 48 hours to be taken back to a hospital, to have to wait 72 hours for a bed in a mental health institution, a psychiatric ward. So, you know, we still have to go through pain, even though that we're suffering pain. We still have to go through, you know, abuse of people that are supposed to protect us and help us. One thing that I did forget to say is we seen pictures of Devante on the floor when medics were working on him. He had unsurvivable injuries, but he had his boxers on. When Devante was taken to the morgue, he had no boxers on. They said his socks were cutting off because they needed to, but when we got his clothes back, his socks were intact. So we wondered, why did you tell us that they were cutting off if they were intact? And my mum asked a lot of the time when we went to the inquest, why was my son naked? Like, he didn't need to be naked. He had his boxers on. You said that he was already pronounced dead at the scene. You said give him medical attention, but there was no need to take his underwear off. Where's his dignity? These questions are still unanswered. The dash cam, the audio went missing off that. So we don't know if there was ever any communications or traffic on the radio system, as they like to call it, to get through to control. Ever since Devante's passing, we have celebrations, heavy police presence. We celebrated his birthday at his graveside, and 4 police vans turned up and ran into the graveyard and detained everybody for a stop, search and question why we was there. They've been to my home. Shortly after Devante died, I was present on the street every day for them young boys. He had a lot of friends and there was no support for them. And I felt it was my job, and also it was very healing for me to be out there with them young people, helping and supporting them. And, yeah, so because I was hanging around, I don't live in the community that Devante was growing up in. But they would come to my community where we don't have police presence, because it is a middle class, upper class, white area of privilege. And they would sit outside my house. They would see what vehicles I was doing. They would shine short torches through my bedroom window at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. On anniversaries and birthdays, they always like to come past my house and put the sirens on. I live in the countryside, we don't have sirens. We don't hear city traffic. So, yeah, at the inquest, it was a road traffic collision. I wanted the wording during police pursuit. We did get it, not that it means much, but for me, at least when people read that, they can see that multiple, we've had 8 deaths during police pursuit in 2021. There's 14 to date by GMP from 2021 to now. Not deaths, they've killed. Thank you. I'm going to start closing off, but if they didn't pursue him, he would be alive today. The moment they chased him in that car, they signed the death warrant. We are building a community in solidarity and resistance. We are organising in our communities, and we are creating spaces for healing. We are building cultures of intervention, and we do this alongside our campaign, which is EPP and Police Pursuits, which works alongside with MPMP, which is Northern Police Monitoring Project. Alongside a campaign which does two things: aims to prevent further police pursuit killings, and acts as a step in the journey of abolition. Our demands: we call for an immediate end to the systematic over-policing of the POC, working class and young people by road traffic officers. We call the immediate prohibition of the police instigating pursuits in circumstances involving non-violent offences or minor traffic violations. We call for the recording of transparent publication of all traffic stops data. We call for an overhead motorway signs be changed as soon as a police pursuit enters the motorway system. We call for officers to carry out their duty of care and commitment to keep the public safe by prioritising the safety of the public's passengers in a pursued vehicle and the driver of the pursued vehicle ahead of the desire to apprehend suspects. And I just want to add that, because somebody asked about funding, it's been spoke about. In actual fact, the police have been given more funding in Greater Manchester. Our council tax has gone up again. But that is not to support us or to keep us safe. I witnessed 3 police pursuits within 2 hours the other day. So it's just to put the police on the road to chase our young boys and young girls and kill them and leave us in misery. This has to stop.
I'd like to thank all the There's an empty chair there with the name of Brian Douglas. The sister of Brian Douglas, Brenda Weinberg, who I mentioned yesterday was one of the key founders of United Families and Friends, can't be with us today because she's suffered a few more losses, and very recently her mother. She did ask me to say a few words because when I arrived in this country as an 11-year-old, I went to school in South London, and Brian was in my class. I knew Brian and I knew Brenda. 20 years later, he was murdered by PC Tuffy and PC Harrison on the 5th of May, 1995. And I've been working with Brenda since then to make sure Brian is not forgotten. The amazing thing about Brian's campaign and many of the other campaigns you've heard here is that the family campaigns have organized so strongly within the community to mobilize people and to raise this issue. And one of the things we wanted to do with the tribunal is obviously to keep that momentum going, but also to unify not just this country, but all the other countries that are on the stage and anybody else as well. So we share our lessons of resistance and how we fight. One thing, briefly, I'm going to mention, and I'm going to move to the other families, is that the People's Tribunal is an open organization. We're organizing. we're organizing together. This tribunal today is just the first. There'll be many others. And one of the things that we're doing in terms of actions is we've mentioned the police officers, and Ade was talking about having the list of names. We have the list of names. Every single case that you've heard in terms of investigation, we have the names of the police officers, the senior police officers, the Crown Prosecution Service, the IPCC, the Home Secretary, and the Prime Ministers. And we will be taking prosecutions against all of the police officers and all those other individuals. We are going to prosecute them at a domestic level, and we're going to prosecute them at an international level as well. The international level is why we have our international guests, so they can advise us, because they know how these structures work. On the 7th of May, which is close to the anniversary, Brian died on the 8th, we have an event at the Ritzy Cinema in South London, where we'll be announcing further details of how those class actions against all these police officers will go forward, and we would like your support at that meeting and in those actions. So we're doing that in the name of Brian, but also all the others. So that's something concrete that we need support with. I'm now going to move over to ask Jermaine Phillips, Adrian McDonald's mother, to come and talk about Adrian and what she's done.
Hello, everybody. I'm the mother of Adrian McDonald. I'm Jermaine Phillips. Adrian was a 34-year-old young man, just started to begin his young life. He had 2 beautiful children and a partner, and a brother, aunties, grandmas. Adrian were a lovely, handsome, helpful young man. On the 22nd of December, year 2014, Adrian went out with his friends. He went out for a Christmas meal. On return, Adrian and his friends decided to go to one of his friends' birthday party in a flat. You know, young boys, drinking, smoking, doing whatever they were doing. Adrian became paranoid. Adrian thought people were following him. Adrian said to his friends, they must go because it's not them that the people's following, it was him. So he barricaded himself in a room. His friends went outside and waited in a van for an hour and a half. Adrian inside the flat, paranoid, don't know what he's doing. He's barricaded himself in. He's hiding behind a settee. His friends went back to the flat and decided to call for help for Adrian. They called the police. On the phone call, the girl says she didn't know who Adrian was, but a big black man were in a flat. That's the message on the radio. The police in the control room sent 2 officers out. When they got to Adrian, as soon as they got out of the car, they pulled the taser out. When they got into the flat, they could not get into the room. Adrian barricaded himself in that room. They were talking to Adrian. You can tell Adrian was paranoid. He was scared. The 2 officers said that they didn't think that they were a threat. Adrian were a threat to them. They were trying to get him to come out, but Adrian was frightened. On the radio, the inspector decided to send for a police dog. The police dog came with the inspector and the sergeant. As soon as the sergeant arrived, the officers decide to put the camera on. But the cocky dog handler decided to force the dog into the room at Adrian while he was outside. Adrian, the dog is biting Adrian inside. Adrian is frightened. He's always been frightened of dogs. The dog handler managed to get into the room, couldn't control his dog. On top of Adrian, he took out his taser and he tasered Adrian for 24 seconds. The normal time is 5 seconds, release, another 5 second release, but this dog handler didn't. You could hear on the video footage, Adrian is screaming, "Get him off me, get him off me." For some reason, you can hear something on Adrian's head. Hit Adrian on his head, and he says, "Ow." And the officer says, "You twat." In the room, the dog handler were in there on his own. According to the dog handler and the officers, Adrian is an aggressive, violent individual. They were scared for their lives. Adrian's having an acute mental health problem. He's never had one before. The sergeant decided to enter the room with another officer, and the officer, the dog handler, decided to say to the sergeant and the other officer, "Not yet, Sarge." You can see in the video footage that the two officers walking outside backwards. Eventually they says, "It's okay now, Sarge, you can come in." The dog handler says, "Sarge, he's hit me dog and he's badly wounded me." Adrian's supposed to fight off a police dog. Then the other officer that were there came in, and while they were in the room, the sergeant said after, "I'm arresting you for assault of a police officer and a police dog." Poor Adrian is as confused as anything. You can hear Adrian saying, "Eh?" He handcuffed Adrian at the front, and then he says, "No." Adrian's gasping for his breath. He can't move because he's been tasered in his breast and in his neck, this big vein in his neck. Adrian couldn't sit up because they handcuffed him at the front first and then at the back. Adrian says, "I want to lie down," because he couldn't sit up. The sergeant pushed him down and he says, "Go on then." They asked him his name. He could tell him his name. Then they decide to walk Adrian out of the room. Adrian couldn't stand. And they had some steps to go down. Adrian couldn't walk down the stairs. When they handcuffed Adrian behind his back, because they couldn't, Adrian was a tall, big lad. He couldn't walk down the stairs, so they decided he went down the stairs on his bottom with his handcuff behind his back. As long as Adrian's going down the stairs, he's crying out for pain. When he got to the bottom of the stairs, he says, he made a noise, and he couldn't stand up, he couldn't move. The officer says, look at me in my eyes." That's the sergeant. Adrian couldn't because his neck is like this. And then they tried to lift him up. About 4 of them tried to lift him and take him to the van. Adrian couldn't walk, his head were all over. He's looking for his friends. They dragged Adrian to the van. They were telling Adrian, put your left foot up, put your right foot up, his hands behind his back. He didn't know what he was doing. When they eventually sat Adrian in the van, Adrian slid to the foot of the van. And he's looking because he's frightened. He says to him, I'm going to die, you're going to kill me. I need an ambulance. They never got an ambulance. They never helped Adrian. Adrian slides to the foot of the van. He says, I can't breathe. The officer says, you can breathe because you're breathing, you're talking. Deep breath. Adrian's trying to breathe properly, but he couldn't. And that was Adrian's last breath. He died in the van. I had a misconduct. The officers were found guilty. The sergeant and the inspector were found guilty. The other officer that were watching Adrian, that were dismissed. The dog handler wasn't in the misconduct, and the other officer that went in to the room that were pointing at Adrian's head and saying his head was bleeding in the room, nothing was said. Nothing was done to the officers. About a month after the misconduct, I got a letter saying, just for respect, they don't have to, but they let me know that the officers has been left out. They've been left off. Because they wanted Sergeant Bill to retire on a clean slate, and Sergeant Bromley were promoted to a sergeant. So we thought, right, we've got the inquest. We might get a good result. When we got to the inquest, we had the dog handler, the sergeant, the other officer, the inspector, and all they did was tell lies and made up lies. And some of the lies didn't correspond. On the tape, the video footage, you can see that they were telling lies. You can hear that they were telling lies. On the statements, they were telling lies. The coroner was good, I thought, because he helped us. He gave us the video footage. He'll give us little information, but little did I know, it was like a game. What happened at the inquest? They says Adrian died. They could not say what Adrian died of. Adrian died of the stress of the incident, not naming what the stress of the incident was. Whose fault was it that the stress of the incident was caused onto Adrian? After the inquest, we had to start to go back to a normal life. But I couldn't just sit down and not keep Adrian's name going. So what I had to do, I had to join other organizations like Inquest, like United Friends and Family, like meeting with Janet Alder, and Janet giving me little clues, Marcia, Ajay, Samantha at the meeting, other families, Rod, Lisa, Carla, from my end of Yorkshire, that were able to support me in all different ways. Lisa can't make it, Carla can't make it because due to their cases. So I'm like the strong one who will come and pass messages on to them and let them know what's been going on. Today, I cannot forget Mark Cole and Darren Cumberbatch. Say the name. I'd like to thank the panel, the judges, Samantha, Ken, Janet Alder, and all the families that attended today and listened to my story, and to find out whatever I'm saying is what I've seen on the video footage as a mother. And as a mother, I was able to fight for my son for justice, and I will never, ever give up. And thank you very much for listening to Jermaine's story about a son that was murdered by Staffordshire police.
Thank you, Jermaine. The last case we're going to listen to, the last story, the last person, is Jason McPherson.
It wasn't planned in this way, just so that you all know. I was not supposed to go last because I didn't want to hear and be very emotional when I stood up to speak to you today. And when I look at that picture of Jason, my brother, just look at his face. He's cheeky. He's smiling. He's kind. That green top, Jason always dressed so well. And what you don't know is the top was green, the trousers were green, the shoes were green, and the socks were green too. Because Jason had style. And he was my little brother. And as a child, I would look after Jason. We'd go on the bus to school. We'd come home together. I'd make sure he had his school bag, his tie. He didn't waste his packed lunch money on sweets going to school. I'd look after him. And as we became adults, that role switched. And he looked after me. And he looked after my mum, and he looked after his younger brother, Tyrone. But on the 18th of January in 2007, nobody looked after Jason. He wasn't looked after. He was killed by Notting Hill Police Station. And he was wearing those same clothes. And when I see that photo of Jason, I see that CCTV footage. And I see Jason sitting on a bench in the police station, and he was just sitting there. He didn't do anything. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't stand up. He wasn't aggressive in any way. He was handcuffed in his front, and he sat on that bench. And I know my brother, even if he was annoyed with me, the most he would do is look at me and say, "You fool," and laugh. He didn't get angry, and he didn't get angry that night. But the officers got angry that night. The officers were aggressive. And I remember seeing that CCTV footage, and they weren't happy that he was so calm. They weren't happy that they didn't find anything in their stop and search. They weren't happy that he wasn't shouting back at them. And so they jumped on him, all 12 of them, And they held him down, punched his back, kicked his legs, held his legs down, squeezed his face until you can see blood on the floor. And I've still got that jumper at home. The IPCC gave me that jumper, and there's still blood on it, so I can't get rid of it. But I saw those police officers being aggressive to my brother that night. And then when I saw that video in the IPCC, I went back to Notting Hill Police Station that same day, drove to central London, then past Notting Hill. And I wanted to see the flowers that were laid outside Notting Hill Police Station, because I knew my brother was loved and I knew he was missed. So I wanted to see those flowers. And as I stood by those flowers, the same police officer that I saw, PC Dawson, that was aggressive to my brother, walked past, bringing somebody else in handcuffs. And I froze, and I regret to this day that I don't know what I should have done. Should I have gone after him? Should I have shouted at him? I don't know. But I should have done something. But he walked past with that officer, with that prisoner in handcuffs. And I remember thinking, he should be the one in handcuffs now. Why is he bringing another person into the police station? I didn't know if I was going to have the courage to speak today, and I don't normally speak. So I've asked Jean, Jason's godmother, to stand up with me and say something as well, in case I didn't have the confidence. Because my mum's not here anymore, and just after Jason's inquest, my mum passed away. And I think she died of grief, because I saw the hope in my mum's eyes go. They went. And my dad's not here today, because he can't cope with things like this. He's very supportive. He comes to our he brings us patties, Jamaican patties, when we have our meetings. He's supportive. My brother's here today, but I wasn't sure whether my brother would want to be here, because, again, he finds these situations really difficult as well. And I'll tell you this, I worry about my brother. I worry about him every day, because I know that he can't cope with what's happened. And I know that the police are on his case. But he's got his twin girls there, brand new, fresh, Aya and Aya. And I've got twins as well. And for the past 18 years, my children have seen me do all of this, but achieve nothing. And I will tell those children about Jason, and I will tell them how funny he was. I will tell them how kind he was, and I will tell them that he was killed by the police. But I will not tell them that there's been another recommendation. I will not tell them that the IPCC have changed their name. I will not tell them that somebody else has died. I want to tell them that their dad is safe. And I want to tell them that this is over now. And that's it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jean. I am Jason's godmother. And Sandra, my closest friend, is no longer with us. I wanted to take this opportunity to speak a little bit about Jason as I knew him, and obviously the impact on the family, on Sandra and the extended family. Now, Jason was actually quite a quiet, passive child. To me, he was very articulate. He played chess. I remember particularly for one of his birthdays, I bought him this beautiful chess set, which he absolutely loved. And with everything, with Sandra especially, I want to speak about the impact, because Sandra wasn't well. She had lupus, and her children were precious. This disease that she had meant that she couldn't have any more children. In fact, she had to have one of her pregnancies terminated because it was advised because of her health. But she was a person, I met her when she was 17 and actually pregnant with Samantha. And we were the best of friends ever since. And when Jason was taken away, a piece of Sandra died immediately. But like with all of these things, you have to keep on going. You have to keep on fighting. There's no two ways about it. You have to keep on fighting. And she did her best. You know, there was interviews with, in the local paper, there was interviews in the The Voice, yes. There was an interview there. I mean, it was such a traumatic time. And the police just continued to barrage and pursuit my best and closest friend. She would call me. I'll never forget that night. I was in bed, and she just called, and the primal scream, Jean, they killed Jason. I just didn't know what to think. And trying to comfort her through this was one of the most difficult times. On top of that, literally a week later, my own youngest brother, my parents' only son, was found dead. He had a rare form of diabetes. And so I lost my little brother at the same time. So the grief was paramount. And Sandra fought. I mean, whilst Jason was alive, he was just like a crux. Her 3 children were her everything. And when Jason was taken away, as I said, it took a large piece of her. There were times I was in the hospital with her. They didn't think she was going to make it. You know, I just had to hold her, rock her through it. I remember one day they said to me, if she doesn't come out of this coma by tomorrow, we're just going to switch it off. And I said, hell no. And I sat in that hospital and we talked and we talked. I was talking, she was unconscious. Talking to her to get her out of this state. I mean, I am a holistic therapist, it's what I do. And by God's grace, the following morning, I walked in there and her eyes was open. It was just a constant battle. Her parents, I was also very close to. And there was a time when her mother was in Dominica. I remember she just called me. I was in Karakou, and she said to me, Jean, come. Come for your friend, because she's not looking good. And I'm from a tiny island. I have to go to a main island, hopping to get my way through to Dominica, to spend some time with her, and then to bring her back to the UK. Sandra died of a broken heart. There's no two ways about it. This accelerated her death. There is no two ways about it. Now, I commend Samantha for what she's done, for us being here, for this platform today. But I look to see what's going to come out of it, because this permeates through all of us. Nobody wants to be around police. You see them, you're automatically, you have your backup, because you say, who are they? I have 3 sons of my own. Nobody likes the police. Because of this situation, they automatically have their backs up. You don't want them around you. One of my friends has a friend who's in the police, and he says, oh, we can't do this because he's here. And he's affected by it, but he chose to go into that profession. I said, why did you take up that profession? We look down now on our black sisters and brothers who choose to go into the police, because we don't trust them, you know? So all I would like, I don't know what will come out of this, but I pray that something positive will come out of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We've come now to the last speaker today, who will be addressing the issue of black resistance, Gus John.
I feel numb. It is humanly impossible to bear witness to these testimonies without feeling numb. My friends, I want to thank you for being here and being such an important part of this exercise. Welcome to this green and pleasant land. Welcome to this Britain that the Windrush Brigade tells us we came here to rebuild. And I want to thank all of the families for, yet again, and in this forum, sharing your pain, your grief, your hurt, and your hope. When I introduced myself yesterday, I said that I was one of those campaigning for justice for David Oluwale in Leeds in 1969. I was all of 24 years old at the time. I am now 80. And throughout the intervening years, as an activist, as an academic, I have dealt with these issues. And I think I've come to an understanding of the context of all of this. I'm from Grenada, the bigger twin of Carriacou. And as a colonial citizen, I learned a lot about how I came to be in Grenada. My ancestors were Yoruba, so how I ended up with the name Augustine John is anybody's guess. But therein lies a story, my friends. And what I want to say to you is this. One of the earliest experiences I had in this country, even when I was studying theology to become, of all things, a Roman Catholic priest, God is good. He corrected my ambitions. She corrected my ambitions. But when I was studying theology, I would leave Oxford to come to West London, Acton, where my parents lived. And one of the nastiest experiences I had, I came in '64. In '65, was of a relative who nearly died in a police station. Why? Because as a teenager, riding bikes around Acton, riding in a park where bicycles were not allowed, he was chased by the police, who arrested him because they said he was lippy, took him to Acton police station, banged him up in a cell. One of the officers arresting him then went to the toilet and defecated. Another one went to the cell, got him out, took him to that same toilet, and pushed his head down into the toilet bowl with this man's feces still in there, and then flushed it. So he came out of there, put back in the cell, smelling decidedly fruity, and 7 hours later he was released. Went back to his home, still smelling very fruity and totally traumatized. From then on, every single month of every single year, he was in contestation with the police. Stop and search. Stopping his car. Trying to get him into trouble at his workplace. Persecution. All he had done was to ride the damn bicycle in a park where he was not allowed to do so. And then I had to remind myself that much earlier, his ancestors in Grenada and Jamaica and Trinidad and all of those places had the experience of the slave owners getting other enslaved Africans like themselves to hold them down while they defecated in their mouths. In their mouths. And then strapping the mouths in so that they couldn't, even if they wanted to, spit the damn thing out. All right. What is the point I'm trying to make? I am trying to suggest to you, my friends, that the same inhumanity that enabled this nation and other European nations to do as they wished to our ancestors as enslaved Africans is the same inhumanity that accounts for the capacity to kill our loved ones and in the process pass death sentences on the rest of the families. Every single one of those families who shared with us yesterday and today have had a death sentence passed upon them by the killing of their loved ones. And so we have to understand all of that in context. I'm not a dramatist, I'm not a playwright, but what occurred to me as we went on yesterday and today was this. If these families, none of whom, as far as I'm aware, knew one another before they came to share this common tragedy. If they had got together and determined to construct a Shakespearean tragedy with all of those individual events as individual acts, they could not have been more successful. There could not have been so much any more pathos and grief and, frankly, an expression of inhumanity. So, 3,000 deaths, police killings have been normalized in the society. Normalized. There should be an uproar in civil society about these events. But until the United Friends and Families came together, it was pretty episodic. We dealt with David Olawale in 1969, this one in 1973, that one in 1981, and so on and so forth. And it is particularly important that the United Friends and Families came together for this very reason, and that we now have this initiative, about which I will say some more in a moment. Because you see, the mistake we make, my friends, is this. We do not concentrate enough on the state. Yesterday I talked about race, class, and the state as being dynamic factors in all of these matters. And unless we have an understanding of the state and what it encourages, what it facilitates, what it allows, we won't understand that it really is not just Officer X or Officer Y. Those individual police officers, I am sure, are not congenitally prone to evil. I mean, some of them might be. But generally speaking, that's not the conclusion I arrive at. I do not believe that they're congenitally prone to evil and to murder. The state facilitates all of that. And why is there such disproportionality in terms of the number of black people losing their lives at the hands of the police and other state agents? It is because the state sends out a message, and sent out a message all these decades ago, that we're not wanted, at best we're tolerated, and anybody who so chooses could take liberties with us. Which is why, although I and many other activists tried for years to get the state to accept that there was domestic terrorism targeted at us by the right, National Front, Column 88, whoever, they paid no attention whatsoever. So when David Olawale was murdered in 1969, the police were going around London, Manchester, and elsewhere, nonchalantly talking about going nigger hunting. It's written up. My old friend Joe Hunt, now deceased, wrote a little pamphlet in 1966 talking about police and nigger hunting. So that was one activity they engaged in. The other one, of course, was packy bashing. And when I tried to talk about that phenomenon on some radio program recently, the presenter says to me, "Oh, you can't use that language here, it's not allowed." So if I do not say that nigger hunting was a police activity legitimized by the state, as was Paki bashing, how the hell would these young children sitting in the audience know that that's part of the history of our presence in this country? All right. So that's the process by which these activities get legitimized. That is how the police feel emboldened and empowered to do what they do. And that is why when Ken says we're going to hold commissioners of police to account, we're going to hold the Home Secretary of the day to account, we're going to hold chief constables to account, that's exactly what we need to do. You can't talk about institutional racism in the police unless you talk about the systemic racism of the state. That is what allows institutional racism to flourish. And it's no nonsense about a few bad apples who are trying to upset our project of being nice, good policemen. Nice, good policemen are a rarity, let's face it. I don't care who says what. Home Secretary, Commissioner of Police, whoever. Good. They inhabit a culture of racism that does not take responsibility for their actions. Some of you will know, recently, October, I gave evidence. Ade was talking about his brother-in-law, Sheku Bayo. I was called as an expert witness in the Sheku Bayo public inquiry in Edinburgh. And frankly, what I read about Police Scotland, about their equivalent of the IOPC, etc., made me weep, literally. And it's particularly important that Ade and Sheku's sisters, Sheku's wife and partner and members of that extended family are here. Because we need to make sure that the history of police killings and murders and manslaughters in England does not become a reality in Scotland. So I want to just say a couple more things. I want to pick up from many of the narratives we've heard and the testimonies of the families and make some points about systems and structures. There are some systemic issues we can identify, and I want to set about to do so now in the next few minutes. The one thing that's pretty obvious, it seems to me, is, come on. If my granddaughter were here, she would say, Papa, you're hopeless. What is wrong with this damn thing? It's certainly gone funny.
I'm not your granddaughter, but maybe I can.
What does that mean? I want to scroll down. Yeah. Right. Okay. Good. Thank you. Okay. So I want to just highlight the following, and I'm going to read this because it's going to be easier to follow. The tragic events we've been hearing about in the last couple of days will continue happening as they have done since David Oluwole, as long as we, the nation, keep classifying them as deaths in custody rather than calling them potential or suspected police killings. And that's a point that Ken has made repeatedly over the last 24 hours. As I have written elsewhere, to keep referring to them as deaths in custody, after all the evidence we have of excessive use of force, restraint-induced positional asphyxia, and the rest, would suggest that Black folk have an unnatural propensity to die of natural causes, including sheer fright, while interacting with or in the custody of the police, border control operatives, or other state agents. Commensurately, police officers involved in such events should be treated as suspects from the outset and not as witnesses. In far too many cases, the police choose to continue treating subjects as actual or potential criminals, even when they clearly do not pose a threat to themselves, to any member of the public, or to the police interacting with them. Although all the evidence in front of the police points to the fact that people need medical attention. The factors which I want to emphasize are the following. I've talked about police being treated as suspects rather than witnesses. That's critical for a number of reasons. The Police Federation and its Scottish equivalent should not have the power to tell police not to cooperate with the IOPC, or in Scotland, the PIRC. If somebody gets arrested by the police, okay, they could choose to remain silent. When the matter goes to court, the magistrates, the judges, whoever, can infer what they like from the silence. The same should be true of the police. In the case of Darren Cumberbatch, that I've been assisting Carla Cumberbatch with since he died in July 2017, it took 18 months before the IPCC, as it was, it changed while in the process of dealing with Carla's case, before they could actually interview the 5 police officers who were responsible for his death. How on earth is that allowable? Okay, more than that, they have the opportunity to confer with one another, to examine CCTV footage and all that kind of stuff in order to get their story right before they come to an inquest. And then they go to the inquest, and the starting position on everybody's part seems to be the exoneration of the police. In Carla's case, there was an assistant coroner who was more concerned about the fact that Darren had ingested a minuscule amount of cocaine than about the fact that he was virtually beaten to death by the Warwickshire police. The coroner. And then the instructions, the guidance the coroner gave to the jury was bizarre. They were there. They listened to all the evidence. They listened to the police contradicting themselves. They could come to their own judgment. They knew that there had been excessive force. They knew that 5 police officers couldn't pack into a toilet cubicle with this young man and claim that he assaulted them and they were under threat from him. So in other words, the judgment of the jury is substituted by the guidance of the judge. And that happens over and over and over again. So one of the things I think this campaign has got to be about is questioning, challenging the whole coroner's inquest system as far as these cases are concerned. And of course, the third thing is the media. Because there is a sense in which the media itself begins to set the tone in terms of how the incident should be seen by the public at large. They set about as if they have a duty, without any evidence, to support the police account of events. And in doing so, they always set out to demonize the victim. They want to demonize the person who has been killed by the police, and they want to demonize their families. And they set about doing that very strategically. That's the other point. The fact of the matter is, it seems to me, that while we plan to do the class action, which Ken is going to say more about, we need to relentlessly campaign to have all of these changes brought in. The business about police witnesses, suspects rather than witnesses, the business about how the police and the CPS deal with these matters. The CPS continues, even when juries bring a case of unlawful killing, to suggest that there is no realistic prospect of a conviction. And therefore, they would not prosecute the officers involved. Over and over and over again, that happens. So how in 3,000 cases, there was a realistic prospect of a conviction only in 3? It does not make any sense. So the way the CPS deals with these matters, the way in which coroners give guidance to juries, and the manner in which the IOPC interrogates these police officers involved are 3 immediate issues, I think, about which we can take some action. And I want to say this. It seems to me that given all that we know and all that has happened since Olawale in 1969, this People's Tribunal is long overdue. It could not come at a better time, and it needs to have a life which keeps all of those issues constantly in the public gaze. Because we cannot allow the society to normalize these police killings as if they are road accidents. It says a lot about the nature of the society in which we live and the way the society treats us and regards us, particularly as Black and global majority people. So thank you again to all the families. Thank you to the panel. And I thank Samantha and Ken and all of you who have done so much to make these last 2 days possible.
Thank you, Gus, for providing a summary. I think some of those thoughts were going to come from the panel. I think I would like to ask the panel now to finish off by making some observations. Microphone? Yeah. So the process, just to explain to people, the panel are here, they've listened, they've taken the evidence. We've prepared a huge amount of evidence for them. After today, they will be going away and working on a judgment, and that judgment will be used for us to go to the International Criminal Court for crimes against humanity of the British government.
before to thank everybody, and particularly the organizer. I would like to make just some comment concerning the use of force against unarmed people during traffic, and the investigatory stop is driven by racial stereotype and racial bias for them, for the police and the system. There is a link between blackness and Arabness and criminality. The race-based street stop, otherwise known as stop and search, are a form of order maintenance and a way to introduce a constant fear among the people. It is a doctrine of the constant war against racialized and poor people. It is a way policing that drives not only racially disparate rates of arrest, but also often triggers the use of deadly force by police. The continual harassment of Black people via stop and search is reminiscent of the socially accepted practice during the time of enslavement patrol, when every white person had the right to control the movement and activity of Black people. And all this violation, of course, violation life by extrajudicial killing, security, freedom from torture, freedom from institutional racism, fair trial and presumption of innocence, accusing people to have a gun, drug addict, etc. And in fact, is also, it could be done because also the state is violating its obligation and its duty to ensure independent, competent investigation, etc. And also police practice do not comply with the international standard on the use of force, etc., etc. And it is very well documented by the UN Commission Against Torture and also in the International Covenant for Civil and Political Rights and the European Declaration, and also, I'm sure you know that, on the UK Constitution and particularly on the Article 10, who prohibits torture and cruel, inhuman and degrading treatment or punishment. The prohibition of torture is and we have to understand that the prohibition of torture is a use cogent norm. It is obligatory to respect the prohibition of torture, and it is for everybody, every country, every state, all around the world, because it's a norm, what? This is exactly what I want to say. It is a no, we cannot derogate to this norm. We cannot violate, in any case, we cannot violate this norm. And there is no exceptional, the UN Commission Against Torture says there is no exceptional circumstances whatsoever, whether a state of war or a threat of war, an internal political instability, or any other public emergency may be invoked as a justification of torture. For me, it's and I think we have really to highlight the issue of institutional racism and also the decolonial idea of a permanent war against the Arabs and the Black people. And I would like, at the end, I would like to thank, first of all, of course, the families, because the family, you are incredible. You are really incredible. Not only, and every time I met families, even in France, and even also in US, it's for me, it's something renovating my jeunesse, comment on dit? My youth. It's given me a lot of hope, lot of strength, And I have no word to thank you for that, because I know how it is difficult to have a beloved who is killed, and by violation of the law, and there is denied of justice. They try to suppress the evidence. Is always like they push you on the corner and they ignore you. They consider you like a subhuman, and you don't have the right to get justice. And I really admire your courage and your determination. For that, thank you. And then thank you to the organizer, and particularly the young team, all around, I see, with the black and red t-shirt. And Ken also, of course, thank you. And thank you to my colleague for this adventure, during 2 days adventure. Thank you to you. Thank you for your input, your reflection, and I hope we will organize a report which is answering to the expectation of all the family. And I hope we will see again, not only for the next hearing, but also because we plan with this family, Sewell, the father and auntie of Sewell, they plan to organize a tribunal in France in the coming years, but I think it will be soon, because knowing Samia, when she has an idea, she is ready, and she has no time to lose to not do it.
I don't think I can add too much to what Mireille said. We don't have the solution to all the pain and the grief and the horrific things that we have heard, but we are committed to amplify your voices and to make people know what is happening, the level of impunity, the level of cruelty, and all the violations of human rights that we have identified. I've been working in law enforcement violence in a very difficult context, which is the border migration context. I've seen and heard horrible things, and I was not aware of this level of cover-up, of state complicity and state terror that I've seen here in the UK. So I'm grateful and I'm humble to have been part of this. And I wish that I can support you and give you more strength and support your cause, because I don't think that we have any other option. As I said before, on ne peut pas baisser les bras. Either we do it or we do it. There is not other option. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, the organizer. I would like also to thank Kwesi. We put us in contact with Sister Marcia and Ken to be part of this. And thank you to my fellow judges and the experts, and really keep going on, because you're not alone. Thank you.
Emerson?
So, thank you a lot, everyone. It's been a journey. I came all over from Brazil just to hear your stories. Thank you for the organization for trust me. I mean, that we have so much in common. In Brazil, it says that there is a feeling called banzo. I don't know if you are used to this word, but banzo means that feeling of empathy that we on the diaspora, we share with each other each time that we are murdered, each time that we are facing those colonial system. Part of what Mireille just said contemplates me, so I will be short. I will just read some recommendations, But for what I have been hearing since the day I received it, your cases, is that systemic issues deserves systemic answers. The genocide of our people goes against the democratic rule of law. It is an attempt to a social cleansing. And I hereby would like to share some recommendation from what I've been hearing since the day one. That is the obligatory use of body cameras with a technology capable to guarantee the quality of the image. The police must adopt an approach based on the human rights principles, principally with those suffering with mental illness. The international human rights law limits the use of force through the principles of necessity, proportionality, and responsibility, ensuring that any force used is lawful, necessary, and proportionate to the threat, with those using force held accountable. The United Kingdom, that is a signatory of those resolutions, must comply with the compromise and create a national legislation in conformity with this principle in order to apply the legitimate use of force. The UK must be open to guarantee reparations for the cases where evidence was not found or the evidence was a collusion of the law enforcement agents. Thank you so much. It was an incredible opportunity to be here. It was not easy to listen to you all. I'm very emotional, but at the same time, I think as a young person, LGBTIQ, to be here listening to you, and for me, it's a learning process to separate the emotional part from the rational part, to share your good practice, to share your some kind of knowledge. Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, I want to echo my comrades here, all the ways in which they've expressed their gratitude for your work and your love and your fierceness. And I decided that my points are just going to reflect a bit around the organizing that we did decades ago. I mentioned that I worked with political prisoners. It's an imperfect organization, the Black Panther Party, but I still learned over decades the ways in which they struggle. So I see this judgment of it's a 10-point program for teachers and healers, and I'm grateful to how much teaching and healing, despite your brokenness, you also helped us to expose our own brokenness, and so increase our willingness to struggle. So one, and I'm gathering in much for what you also said in the last part, historical frame of white nationalism, colonialism, capitalism, and imperialism has to be consistently scrutinized and debated. Two, honor our families and our own dignity, despite the state's anti-family, anti-communities aggression. Point three, fighters from age 8 to 80 share multi-generational views, which are imperative so that all the generations contribute to our analyses and our resistance. 4, reparations for the destabilization of families over multiple generations. 5, the criminalization of all forms of predatory policing. Point 6, the reconstitution of international solidarity and collective struggle to challenge racialized colonialism, theft of honor, dignity, and theft of familial ties and wealth. Point 7, confrontations with repressive and authoritarian statism as a constant stability or foundation for our movements. Point 8, new formations of marronage, such as we've increasingly, or some of us have thought about the captive maternal, the stage 1 of caretaking, stage 2 of protest, stage 3 of movement making, stage 4 of marronage. And because whenever in the US we attempt to have independence from the state, they hunt us, an awareness of war resistance. Point 9, the right to work with and beyond existing human rights and civil rights frameworks. That's as important as the international traditional mandates are. They are still intimidated by the state itself, particularly the ones that present as empires. And so we can work with these formations, but we also have to work, as you already know, around them and against them when they betray us. Point 10, the last point of a 10-point program, the development of security frameworks for family protections, emotional intelligence and security, transition trauma to work as an informant rather than a zone of intimidation, leverage our love for our lives, the environment, and to turn this into agape, a love and commitment that an empire, old and new, cannot corrupt or dispel. I thank you all.
So we've come to the beginning. We thank the panel for their wisdom and their encouragement and their continued involvement with the struggle that we've outlined today. I thank everyone that's come today. I thank particularly all the people who have worked so hard to make this event happen. And I think it's been said all, but I think it's worth saying once again in light of Joy's comments, all power to the people.